1992, when Batman, the animated series, debuted on Fox Kids.
One of the things that informs the Joker is his laugh. His laugh should be like a musical instrument. It should illustrate his mood.
He struck a nice balance between the clown and the killer and really made him a scary character.
Filmmaker Christopher Nolan elevated the comic book film. The gritty, realistic Batman of this Gotham City called for a villain who could challenge him in a way no one else could. From the outset, the choice was clear.
And to me, it was creating a sort of psychologically credible anarchist, a purposeless criminal, a psychopath. To me, that is the most frightening form of evil.
It's somebody without any rules whatsoever. Somebody whose motive is just pure destruction.
Without Batman, I'm not sure that the Joker would exist in the way that he does in our movie.
You complete me.
Joker is one of those rare opportunities you get to reinterpret, bring back to life some character that provides some counterpoint to the good of the world.
The trick was to be incredibly respectful, yet at the same time, reinvent the Joker.
Audiences were in for a laugh when comedian Zach Galifianakis voiced the clown prince of crime, bringing his own brand of humor to the role and new meaning to the words, "You complete me."
They do depend on each other. And what would happen if they both took a step back and understood that to be the situation?
I hate you.
Oh, that's nice. Me too.
The Joker had been taken in brave new directions, but there was still room to push the character even further.
I never really thought about doing a comic book movie. For me, it was more about this idea of doing a film, but about somebody people have no idea who, what, where he came from.
It's a wonderful exploration to take probably the most famous villain. What happens if we humanize this person?
Part of his transformation is finding his voice, finding Joker. And I think prior to the emergence of Joker, he's struggling with what it is that he wants to say, how he wants to say it.
Every kid loves this guy, and I particularly love just the name, Joker. It's fantastic.
There's no definitive Joker. He will be reinterpreted long after I'm gone because he's just such a great character.
Who knew the Joker had such a rich history? But hang on a minute, of course you guys did. You're all the experts. Now, Jim Lee is an expert in all things DC. He is a world-renowned comic book artist, writer, editor, and publisher, and he's got his eye on some supervillain art. Take a look.
Hello, everyone. This is Jim Lee again. I'm here with MOHAMMAD, and we are going over his fabulous submissions to the DC Batman fan, and he has a day job. So he does this spectacular artwork in his spare time. And I'm just going to kind of give him some feedback and hopefully kind of encourage him to keep pushing himself, as we should all push ourselves as we try to become and strive to become. And you are here in the U.S.?
California, LA. Okay, that's part of the United States.
Hey, hola a todos los que nos están viendo, mi nombre es Alejandro Solán, soy presentador de este canal. Los invito a que continúen con nuestra transmisión, ya que se suscriban en nuestra cuenta. Comenzamos hace un mes y pues sería muy grato para nosotros, para todo este equipo de cinefans, que ustedes cuenten con nuestro contenido, que cuenten con todas las series y películas que vamos a estar mostrándoles a todos ustedes, con las noticias de todo lo del universo DC. Estamos grabando los videos, por si se perdieron algo puedan ver el resumen de lo que ha pasado en esta DC Fandom. Suscríbanse y su nombrecito también va a estar apareciendo por acá en pantalla. Hasta luego.
Collectible figures, pretty much art directing or doing concepts.
It seems like some of these are like almost like poster images. Walk me through like this one. Like
Mr. Freeze is such a cool character. I've seen artists draw his costume to be, be very simple, but I want to see him in more of a armor type, even more of an armor type design.
And then even as you're doing this, are you imagining it in color, even though this is a black and white or tonal drawing?
No, actually, when I draw, I don't think in color at all. I just draw a sketch, and once I'm done, if I feel like, you know what, I could add some color to it, then I'll add some color to it.
The reason why I asked you if thought in color as you did this is because in my head, I'm seeing this in color, right? I'm seeing like this as a pencil drawing and create the light source using color. I love the tonal graduations, but maybe if there was if the light source are here, like coming out of this gun, what happens to this part of the figure with a stronger light source there, right? This part here, like, suggests to me like you were on this path of, hey, there's light up here, and it's casting this shadow of this torso on this kind of pelvic area. If it were brighter here, and then here, just in general, like on this side,
right,
and then
sometimes, Jack, relax with the humor. Oh, I got a live one here. This does not apply to the Joker.
Gotham City was brought to younger audiences in 1992 when Batman, the animated series, debuted on Fox Kids.
One of the things that informs the Joker is his laugh. His laugh should be like a musical instrument. It should illustrate his mood.
He struck a nice balance between the clown and the killer and really made him a scary character.
Filmmaker Christopher Nolan elevated the comic book film. The gritty, realistic Batman of this Gotham City called for a villain who could challenge him in a way no one else could. From the outset, the choice was clear.
And to me, it was creating a sort of psychologically credible anarchist, a purposeless criminal, a psychopath. To me, that is the most frightening form of evil.
It's somebody without any rules whatsoever. Somebody whose motive is just pure destruction.
Without Batman, I'm not sure that the Joker would exist in the way that he does in our movie.
You are complete.
Joker is one of those rare opportunities you get to reinterpret, bring back to life some character that provides some counterpoint to the good of the world.
The trick was to be incredibly respectful, yet at the same time, reinvent the Joker.
Audiences were in for a laugh when comedian Zach Galifianakis voiced the clown prince of crime, bringing his own brand of humor to the role and new meaning to the words, "You complete me."
They do depend on each other. And what would happen if they both took a step back and understood that to be the situation?
I hate you.
Me too. The Joker had been taken in brave new directions, but there was still room to push the character even further.
I have never really thought about doing a comic book movie. For me, it was more about this idea of doing a film, but about somebody people have no idea who, what, where he came from.
It's a wonderful exploration to take probably the most famous villain. What happens if we humanize this person?
I think part of his transformation is finding his voice, finding Joker. And I think prior to the emergence of Joker, he's struggling with what it is that he wants to say, how he wants to say it.
Every kid loves this guy, and I particularly love just the name Joker. It's fantastic.
There's no definitive Joker. He will be reinterpreted long after I'm gone because he's just such a great character.
Who knew the Joker had such a rich history? But hang on a minute, of course you guys did. You're all the experts. Now, Jim Lee is an expert in all things DC. He is a world-renowned comic book artist, writer, editor, and publisher, and he's got his eye on some supervillain art. Take a look.
Hello, everyone. This is Jim Lee again. I'm here with MOHAMMAD, and we are going over his fabulous submissions to the DC Fandom. He is a big Batman fan, and he has a day job. So he does this spectacular artwork in his spare time. And I'm just going to kind of give him some feedback and hopefully kind of encourage him to keep pushing himself, as we should all push ourselves as we try to become and strive to become better artists. And you are here in the U.S.?
California, LA.
Okay, that's part of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's all good. All right, so you're super close to, because I'm in LA too. First off, let me just say thank you very much for submitting your work to DC Fandom. I loved all your single piece illustrations. Is this something that you're doing now professionally? Can you talk a little bit about your work, and do you do panel to panel work too, or is it all just single images, covers, that kind of thing?
I pretty much draw or paint digitally for fun, as a hobby. I'm a creative director. I work on figures, collectible figures, pretty much art directing or doing concepts.
It seems like some of these are like almost like poster images. Walk me through like this one. Like
Mr. Freeze is such a cool character. I've seen artists draw his costume to be very simple, but I want to see him in more of a armor type, even more of an armor type design.
And then even as you're doing this, are you imagining it in color, even though this is a black and white or tonal drawing?
No, actually, when I draw, I don't think in color at all. I just draw a sketch, and once I'm done, if I feel like, you know what, I could add some color to it, then I'll add some color to it.
The reason why I asked you if thought in color as you did this is because in my head, I'm seeing this in color, right? I'm seeing like this as a pencil drawing and create the light source using color. I love the tonal graduations, but maybe if there was if the light source are here, like coming out of this gun, what happens to this part of the figure with a stronger light source there, right? This part here, like, suggests to me like you were on this path of, hey, there's light up here, and it's casting the shadow of this torso on this kind of pelvic area. If it were brighter here, and then here, just in general, like on this side,
right,
and then darker. Maybe that arm, like.
Totally.
What inspired this?
The first issue of Deceased.
Are there other things could have done to maybe bring the focus up here, where it starts getting like more out of focus at the bottom, like a little more painterly? It's just something to think about. I just think your use of color and textures, creating that glistening kind of gum line, it's really really well done. But again, what happens if it gets a little darker around the fringes?
No, I get what you're saying.
Right. So
we're focusing on the eye right now, right?
Yeah.
So focused, you're not sure what you're looking at.
What happens if you play around with that? I'm trying to have like that light streaming off to the side, right?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Just like make certain things pop and kind of play around with the contrast, the values of your colors, right? Push it more to the extremes. You're really super solid in this middle ground. What happens if you push the extremes of light and dark to the image? So things to think about as you do it, but really, really solid piece. So this Joker piece, same thing with Mr. Freeze. You've got the lettering in here. I feel like you started and then kind of stopped. You were in there, maybe you were gonna go all the way to the top, and then you're like, I've said my piece. I know what would look like. Generally, you should use it as a real part of the composition, right? Even those lettering, right? And what kind of shape it occupies, and it just kind of fits naturally in the same kind of space. Kind of creates this squared composition, and I kind of wonder if you have something like that, and then maybe the all that, maybe it falls in like a big ha, or something, right? Where all the lettering.
Or he creates the bat symbol or something like
that. Or even like a shat, or even his shadow, right?
Right.
Like if he's uplit. And then in the coloring of it, the lettering would be darker, and that's how you would see that shadow. Just something to think about. You know, I think because if you're going to add the lettering, I feel like, you know, once you start, you got to think it through and say, okay, what am I doing with the lettering? What role does it play in the composition? What kind of extra thing does it give? What does it unlock? And I think it unlocks a lot. I'll just end with this one.
But talk about, you know, his legacy a bit and his influence and impact on the visions and goals of Milestone.
Well, I mean, first, I want to tell my meeting Milestone story from the outside.
Mm.
And he would take me to Comic-Cons, like he took me to San Diego for the first time. He took me to New York Comic Convention. I didn't know anyone. I'd never been to one. They didn't have. And at the time, when you looked at Def Jam that was happening in music, I mean, you saw that same idea being expressed in a lot of different places. The 70s was like black people getting free, and 80s was time for black folks to flex. So it was great that the black folks in the comic industry were flexing. So they invited me to come by their office. And I remember sitting around their desk and talking to Dennis and Dwayne, and these are folks who I was fans of. I remember reading their Deathlock book and like, oh man, you guys killed it on Deathlock. And they were starting their own company, and they were talking about how they would get phone calls from Clarence Thomas, who was a fan of their character Icon. And I was like, what? And like, yeah, we thought it was a prank call. And then we called back, and then they said Supreme Court. And they're like, what? And so it was just a really beautiful idea. But more importantly, they created beautiful characters that would stand the test of time. And for me, coming from the movie business, and we were, fighting our way through, me with House Party and Spike and John Singleton, we're all fighting to make a way. So when I saw these guys fighting to make a way in comics, I was like, yeah, do it. And then they were like, well, Reggie, why don't you come with us? I was like, look, I'm just figuring out this movie thing. I'm a little, maybe I should figure out my day job before I start doing stuff on the side. So I stupidly passed on a chance to join Milestone from the beginning. But what they did was amazing, amazing work.
We did ask him to join us. Like, it was all official and everything. And we kind of tried to pressure him into doing it, and he had to beg off and stuff. But I asked him 5 years later if he could do it, just to see if he had changed his mind. And he had.
You want to buy this Apple stock? Nah, man. I'm leverage.
I don't want this Tesla stock. Who's going to buy electric?
Why you on a phone? There's no wire to it.
Jim, you were across the street starting up Wildstorm at the time, right?
Yeah, well, a part of Image Comics. It was right around the same time, I think like 92, 93, right?
Yeah.
And it was like a West Side Story, actually. Like, wait, those guys are starting up an imprint? Wait, no. We're starting up an imprint. And actually, it was a lot of the same kind of thinking, right? It's like we're a bunch of artists. It was United Artists, right? It was 6-7 artists that worked at Marvel that basically said, look, we don't want to work for the company more. We'll take we want to kind of grab destiny by our own hands. And we had the same realization. We have no business experience or skills, but we didn't go to a guy like Derek. We just did it without a business guy. So that was kind of the two different paths that we took initially. But I remember that first Comic-Con when they announced Milestone, they threw a party, and there were no parties at Comic-Con back in the day, right? It was like you just wandered around trying to find like open hotel rooms where people had like, case of beers and you just kind of hang out. And they actually threw a party at a club, and I'm like, who do these guys think they are? Like, and they were all like dressed up in suits and stuff. I'm like, what's wrong with our tie-dye jeans and our mullets and what's going on? You trying to show us up? It was really interesting. Looking back on it, they were incredible. Like, look, they were thinking beyond just the world of publishing and comics. They wanted to present something that was bigger than that. and they had a very different take on it. And so, yeah, I think I was kind of jealous of the fact that they had style and panache, and we were just drawing big characters like grimacing and jumping out. So, but that was a really magical time because there was a lot of electricity, a lot of like creativity, and Dwayne was a guy that took a lot of chances creatively with his work. I remember the stuff he did with Epic, Shadowline. I did some work there just because I liked what he was doing there. And so it was a really great kind of golden era for people going out and doing stuff that was new.
That first Comic-Con when we had that party, Jim is being a little bit disingenuous here, because what they did, Image guys introduced us to the public. You know, remember that. But there's photos of it. The Image crew with us, we're all in suits, but the Image guys didn't have no suits on. And they're presenting.
We're lucky to have a shirt on, honestly. That's the truth. That's a separate panel, but that's the truth.
No. I remember thinking we chose the suits and all that.
Yeah.
Because we thought, okay, the Image guys and everything was Image, they could wear T-shirts and stuff because they're white dudes. They could do it on the
mostly, yeah.
Right? We have to we're gonna have to try extra hard to be taken half as seriously. Yeah. So that's why we wore the suits and stuff. None of us.
You guys had passes. It was exclusive. You couldn't just come in and walk in. You actually had to. It was like what? It was cool. Way ahead of its time, both conceptually, creatively, and marketing wise, for sure.
That's just brothers at a club.
Your time at the Apollo. Phil, how aware were you of Milestone before you took on the role of Virgil Hawkins in the Emmy-winning, Humanitas Prize-winning Static Shock animated series?
Actually, and it's sort of embarrassing, I was not real. I mean, I knew about it because I was a comic book head from way back. The early 90s, I was just out of college trying to make, my bones as an actor. So I didn't have the money to be buying new comics. I was still reading all my old 20-cent stuff. So I didn't hear about Milestone until after it was launched. And it was like, oh, wait, what? That one day you got an extra $5 in your pocket. Let me go to my local shop. Because, of course, there wasn't the internet. So you didn't have access to information. And I didn't have no subscription to Wizard or nothing. I was trying to date. People forget. There was a time when being a nerd was not cool.
Absolutely.
Crucial.
Right?
Crucial.
So I saw it on the shelves, but I didn't know the story behind it. It's like, ooh, those are characters of color. That's different. This is a cool new look. I've never seen anything like this.
Coming to it from the outside, as you did, who was Virgil to you? Like, what made him special?
To me, Virgil was what I had always wished for as a comic book kid growing up. Black Spider-Man. Because you read those stories, and obviously a good story can make you live it, feel it. It doesn't have to look like you. But when it does, it resonates on a whole other level. And for me, the issues of Static, it was so real world. The texture of those stories was so much more removed from the old 1930s. We are exhibiting the world. It felt like a comic book drawn by somebody who lived in a building that I could go into. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So that to me was the big difference. It touched on the archetypes that I, as a old school comic book fan, loved and honored, but it also touched on my life as a Black man in the real world. I've never had these two things come together before.
All right, we got a fan question here from Aaron M. Specifically, I think for you, Reggie. Is there any discussion bringing the Milestone characters to the big or small screens? What's new and what's upcoming in the multimedia front?
Well, one of the things we're really excited about is, we really want to live up to the name of the company, Milestone Media. So when we, spoke with Jim about reviving the Milestone line, we said, look, we all know that this, has been, hit comic books and a hit animated series. It's time to expand back into all those areas and then some. So we're in serious conversations about, as we're launching the comic book series, developing a Static Shock movie. That'll be a theatrical feature film. What we're talking about is unbelievable. We're also talking to all the other divisions of Warner's. For example, the animation department. You know, they make those amazing animated feature films for home entertainment. And we're talking about doing one of those feature films, you know, involving the Milestone characters. We're also looking at new media like podcasts and, you know, doing a series of stories that will be available on podcasts. So you know what? We will deliver Milestone Media wherever you are, on whatever platform you want, whether you're a young kid, whether you're an adult, whether you're a teen, we'll find appropriate stories and get them to wherever you want to consume them.
Well, I'm just saying, for that movie, talk to Scorsese for me, would you? Talk to Scorsese. They got the technology, I can play 14.
Or Static needs a dad.
Fantastic.
How can I get that shirt?
Do you have an extra? Because you gave it to me. What, 25 years ago or something?
Yeah, we're talking about everything and everything and anything under the sun, even YA content, right? This is something that we couldn't envision decades ago, but it's a critical part of the audience, underserved by us, you know, historically. Having YA content out there for the first time would be very exciting. And obviously, you know, all the other stuff, the merch, the t-shirts, we get Phil a new t-shirt after all these years. I feel bad you've been wearing the same one for 20 years.
And it still fits. That's the beauty. What's great is working with Jim, who's had so much success, you know, at Wildstorm, at DC, who really understands the importance of what Milestone means and has been supportive at every part of the process. And we were very excited about the future of Static Shock, Icon and Rocket, so many great characters that we feel will exist on all kinds of screens.
Jim, here's another fan question, this time from Daniel Perez. Do you have any future plans to officially distribute the original Milestone titles?
Yeah, I think we've part of this panel is to share those plans. Right now, we're looking at a February of 21 relaunch for the line, and Reggie's going to speak to that a little bit, as well as Dennis. But as far as the back catalog, every single month leading up to February, we're going to release more of the backlist catalog through our digital partners like Comixology and Apple and Google Play. Check it out. It's super exciting, and we'll see you in February.
Dennis, we have a fan question here from Owen Seiler. Will we ever get to see another Static Shock comic again?
Yes, we will absolutely get to see another Static Shock comic book again. Static is the first name everyone mentions anytime there's a Milestone meeting. I want to talk about hardware and everything else. Everyone else wants to talk about Static and what we can do. So that was for Reggie. So yeah, as far as Static Shock's concerned, we're very excited about Static. There's the original OGN, the graphic novel by Reggie Hudlin and Kyle Baker, which we're very excited about. But there's also a digital first Static Shock series that's coming out in February. It'll be available digitally first by an artist that we can't name yet, but we're very excited. If we could get him, we'll be so excited. And, you know, Reggie's doing excellent scripts. He's also really outlining a lot of what's going on in our series. So the Static Shock series is going to have a lot of input from Reggie. So the short answer is yes, there's going to be more Static Shock comics. In fact, probably more Static Shock comics than even I was prepared for.
Reggie, can you talk a little bit more about what else is in store for Milestone?
Well, you know, it's funny because, you know, everyone has their favorites. And, you know, Dennis is like, hardware, man, we're not respecting hardware. And I love hardware. I love it all. It's funny because in some of the early years, Dwayne McDuffie would say, Reggie, you know, we really need you to write Static. And I'm like, I love Static, but who I love the most, Icon and Rocket. Those are my favorites. I love those characters so much. It's such a unique concept. This man who's actually a 300-year alien who's here on Earth, who ends up partying with a 14-year-old girl from the hood. They end up fighting crime together, not as sidekicks, as partners. I got to tell you, the stories that I'm writing and that Dennis Cowan is drawing are unbelievable. I love, you know, looking at the scanner when Dennis's pages come in. You're like, oh, you made that look cool. Oh, so it's always fun for us to work together, and it's great to do it on characters I love so much.
Working on that was a trip. The first artist we got fell a little bit behind, so I came in and took on a story arc for Icon and Rocket. Very casually, like, yeah, I could do Icon and Rocket, no problem. Then I realized, except for the covers, I had never drawn Icon and Rocket in like a story. You know, I did the initial design. I did the first cover, right? 2 covers for Icon and Rocket. And aside from posters, never drew him again, really, in any kind of significant way. So now I found myself having to draw this character that I really didn't know how he moved and how he really worked. So I had to figure all that out and pretend like I had it in the bag the whole time.
Never let him see you sweat.
But I was sweating that whole job. Icon and Rocket. Why they got me on Icon and Rocket? Where's hardware?
So wait, so to recap, a cool Static Shock OGN by Reggie and Kyle Baker, a new ongoing static digital first comic, an Icon and Rocket comic written by Reggie and drawn by Dennis Cowan. Absolutely no hardware, but also new content. We're talking about new characters being introduced, and we'll see you in February.
Yes, sir.
We're going to have toys now.
Listen, gentlemen, I could not be more excited about the future of Milestone. And I'm so glad you asked me to be on the panel where I get to get all of this new information. I heard it first. But listen, thank you so much to everybody who showed up today. Thank you to Reggie Hudlin, to Dennis Cowan, to Jim Lee, to Phil Lamar, and thank you to the fans who have been stoking the flames and the fires for more Milestone for decades. So thank you so much to everybody. Be good. Get
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, for corralling all this.
These are the best horses to have to corral.
Indeed. I can wait to see what DC has in store for Static Shock and the rest of the Milestone crew when it returns in February 2021. And now it's time for a little Ask and Tell. We have got more questions from our DC fans. Check it out.
Looking at the metaphor behind these characters, and I can speak especially for Vic, when it comes to mental health and mental illness, the facade in which a lot of us have just as human beings, and this facade that we put on, kind of, letting everyone believe that we are okay. And I kind of see that as the superhero. I see that as Cyborg. I see that as, the cover up that we will have as humans, period, to be able to essentially hide behind what we really are. And season 2 is testament to, when Vic goes out to try and work on himself and essentially tackle this PTSD and this mental health, he has to, physically, literally come back and take away and remove Cyborg in order to act Vic and word 2, even having to turn off Grid to be able to access that point of himself. And I feel like that's testament to us as human beings. Just kind of generally, we all have this thing in which we have this facade in which, when someone asks us, are you okay? And really you're not, but you say that anyway. The superhero that we try to put in front of the real version of us and everything that holds, the real meaning of what it means to be a human, which is all of this craziness in which we experience.
Did you know that we receive over 28,000 questions from all over the world for DC fandom? We love our fans. And while we couldn't answer all of them, we sure did try to answer as many as possible.
My question is for Breck, and I'd like to ask, what was your first initial reaction seeing the Stargirl suit for the first time? How cool was it?
The first time I ever put on my super suit, it was so empowering. Just like my posture changed. It was the first time I truly felt like Stargirl.
2 words your tried and true fan have been chanting. Snyder, cut. Coming up next, don't miss the latest intel surrounding the Snyder Cut's much anticipated release, direct from Zack Snyder himself. Like you, I'm really becoming a big fan of this virtual universe. It's not only a great way to connect with other fans around the world, it's also a great escape from reality. And I think We can all agree that movies are one of the greatest escape of all time. Revosin's film make it possible for characters on screen to speak to audiences across the globe in a way that is unique for them. Capisci quello che dico? Okay, listen up and let's meet the many voices beyond the cowl.
Commissioner Gordon!
What is it, O'Hara?
We just got a report. All the C-grade villains have broken into the energy plant. What are we gonna do, sir?
The only thing we ever do. Flip the switch to the bat signal.
Salut, Freeze. Je suis Batman.
Escucha, soy Batman.
Hi, Bruce Wayne.
Cualquiera puede ser un héroe. También un hombre que hace algo tan simple como calmar y ponerle un abrigo en los hombros a un niño. Y después decirle que no era el fin del mundo.
Sir, aren't you forgetting something?
Nope.
Your cowl.
My what now?
Your armored face disguise?
Fine.
Hi, everyone. Will Arnett here. I'm here to talk to you about two of the most powerful words in the English language. I'm Batman.
Batman? Whoa!
You're darn right, whoa. Wow. I still get chills every time I say that. But you see, here's the thing. Batman doesn't just speak English.
Soy Batman. Je suis Batman.
Ich bin Batman.
Now, Batman.
Batman speaks dozens and dozens and dozens of other languages thanks to voice actors from all over the world who have been dubbing Batman's voice ever since he first appeared on screen.
Tu n'es pas la seule à savoir tendre des pièges, Vénus.
Lo siento, mi oído de murciélago debe de estar fallando.
That means in their countries, they are Batman.
Kill me, man!
Je ne vais pas te tuer. Tu vas me rendre un service. Fais ma publicité et auprès de tes amis.
What are you?
Je suis Batman.
So let's meet some of these amazing actors from all over the world who, with their deep, dark voices, have been striking fear in the hearts of bad guys everywhere.
So the first time I was voice acting was at the age of 9 years old. It was the 3rd grade in school.
Someone suggested me that you have got a good language command, you have got a decent voice. So why don't you try voice acting? So I said, okay, let me give it a shot.
Estava palco com luz, com plateia, então aquilo ali é completamente o inverso do que eu estava pensando assim. Mas eu fui parar na dublagem 4 anos depois.
El aspecto más retador en doblaje para mí es hacerle creer al espectador que los personajes, los actores están hablando en español.
Every language has a tonality, a different way of taking pauses, speaking, speed. So there are a lot of things that come into the picture.
You have to concentrate all the emotions, all the things that happens while doing the scene.
As a voice actor, I didn't have to transform my body, but I have to find what is the best to serve what's on the screen.
Di quell'attore straniero, se tu fai appena meno di quello che fa lui, non si incolla, non ci sta.
Et puis, je trouve que ce qui est difficile, c'est le rythme, c'est vraiment réussir à garder un naturel en se calquant sur le rythme d'un autre.
Poder interpretar o reinterpretar, que es lo que hacemos en doblaje, a todos estos personajes icónicos que existen en nuestras vidas.
Tanto de caricaturas, de series, de televisión, comedia, y tienes movimiento muy ágil porque de repente te toca hacer un doblaje de un personaje, de un superhéroe, como en el caso de Batman.
Batman é um personagem universal, né? Se você botar aquele símbolo do Batman em qualquer lugar do mundo, do universo, todo mundo vai saber o que é, né?
What appeals to me and a lot of Batman fans over the world is that the fact that Batman has a very dark side.
Batman is much deeper, he's darker. It stays a mystery all the time.
Who is this guy?
I don't know.
I always loved this rich guy who put his fortune for the justice. I always loved that.
Utilizar todo eso a favor de la justicia. Eso me parecía el personaje con el que yo más identificado me sentía.
Il mio rapporto con Batman in gioventù è stata una cosa fantastica perché io vivevo con Batman, aspettavo che arrivasse in edicola per andare a prenderlo e a leggerlo.
Para mí como niño explotó en la cabeza al ver en la televisión al señor que yo estaba leyendo acá, era algo mágico, fantástico.
C'est vrai que, bon, bah voilà, c'est pas tous les jours qu'on nous offre à doubler un personnage de ce type-là.
They asked me, are you free next week? We have a new George Clooney film coming out. And I said, yeah, sure. And it said, oh, by the way, it's Batman. I said, wow, great.
Wherever you do, wherever you go, I'm watching you.
I'm insane.
मैंने तुम्हें गौतम के आरखम पागल खाने में भेजने का इंतजाम किया है। वहां भी मेरे कुछ दोस्त हैं जिन्हें तुम्हारा इंतजार है। I started doing individual characters, and one fine day, finally in around 2005, I got something for which I'm being interviewed by you today. And I tasted a real flavor of fame after the release of the magnum opus named Batman. That was when I became a very big fan of Batman. And he teaches me a lot, I get to learn so many things. The best part of voice acting, if I'm doing for such a big project and big actor, such a huge personality, I have to just be closer to him, as close as possible. The subtlety and organic performance which they give in Hollywood, you have to be exactly the same note. You don't have to be more melodramatic. And once you see the scene, you just have to copy him. And if you are successful in that, it's done. When the guy played my recording, I had a goosebumps. It was unbelievable. I said, is it my voice? And I was happy. I was convinced that I've done a good job.
Bruce Wayne es un playboy millonario, debe ser la voz de alguien que, por ejemplo, si una señorita se lo encuentra en una fiesta, se sienta seducida por él.
Bruce Wayne wear a bigger mask for me than the Batman. So this voice, this animal voice, is the real character for me. So I found it more difficult to adapt the Bruce Wayne than Batman.
Salve, Bruce Wayne, miliardario, giramondo, viveur, playboy, scapolo d'oro di Gotham per tipo 90 anni di fila.
I know who you are, Mr. Wayne.
Non ne dubito.
He has to adapt to the society. He has to adapt to the people surrounding him. Batman can act absolutely alone.
É tipo assim, eu sou Bruce Wayne. Eu sou Batman.
Il pubblico è molto attratto dalla voce di Batman, soprattutto qui in Italia. Mi lascia col fiato sospeso.
Batman's voice is is as important as his physicality, if not more, actually, because you don't get the humor by watching just the costume.
Batman is a mystery, and like I said, he is God. He is a human, and he's also an angel.
Joe Jill. तुम वही कार हो जिसने मार्था और थॉमस वेन का खून किया था.
That was a lifetime ago.
हाँ, मेरी उम्र. तुमने कुछ नहीं सोचा, बस बेरहमी से उन्हें मार डाला. चिल.
How do you know this? How could you possibly?
मैं जानता हूँ क्योंकि मैंने ये सब होते देखा. मैं ये जानता हूँ क्योंकि मैं उस आदमी का बेटा हूँ जिसे तुमने मार डाला. मैं हूँ ब्रूस वेन.
Lo más desafiante cuando doblé el Batman de Christian Bale eran las escenas donde él gritaba y se enojaba mucho.
The way Christopher Nolan wrote his movies, design a Batman much more real and much more complex, and he show all the complexity of the character.
The character of Christian Bale was struggling to become this guy And this guy in the movie,
Ele é bom ator, não, excelente. Ator, né? Ele se dedica muito aos personagens.
Temblando como un niño. Fui yo solo, era como, necesito vivirlo.
Le jeu vidéo, il y a beaucoup plus de travail à fournir, beaucoup plus de...
Lavoriamo sulla forma d'onda, per cui a quel punto ci dobbiamo assolutamente fidare della voce originale, in questo caso americana, e riprodurre esattamente quello che l'attore americano.
When I heard the voice of Kevin Conroy, it's the moment when you are in the studio and the first time you hear the voice, you see the character, something happens inside your body.
Superman ist hinter Gittern. Letztendlich führen ihn seine guten Absichten auf einen Pfad der Tyrannei und des Bösen. Und so wurde unser größter Held plötzlich unsere größte Bedrohung.
Ça demande beaucoup d'énergie le jeu vidéo parce que c'est très très longue journée où on est tout seul dans une petite cabine avec nos casques, on entend sa propre voix toute la journée.
You don't have the nuances that you have in a living character because the animation is always very kind of straight. There's no hesitation. It's jumping much more in your face. It's much more fun to do animations because you go to the extreme.
Do you want to talk about how you're feeling right now?
J'ai rien à dire sur les émotions, Alfred. Je n'en ai pas et je n'en ai jamais eu de ma vie.
Justiciero de la noche que lucha contra el crimen y una máquina de rapear heavy metal.
Io non provo nessuna emozione a parte la rabbia. H24, 12 mesi all'anno, a 1.000.000%.
And if you think that there's something behind that, then you're crazy. Good night, Alfred.
Sir, it's morning.
The Lego movie was one of
the funniest experience of all my career. I never had so much fun in my life.
The screenplay and Will Arnett's talent brought back the humor that was present in the original TV series. That sort of tongue-in-cheek humor, lots of puns, lots of jokes.
This is really uncomfortable.
Sorry, my shoes are part of my pants.
La experiencia de doblar al Batman de Nolan, al Batman de Gran Aventura Lego 1 y 2, es muy diferente, pero la verdad la 1 y 2 es muy divertida. Entonces es como jugarlo más, tienes que sentirte un poco más libre, ¿no? De hacer tú también tu creación, sobre todo para el humor latino.
Primero, el trabajo que hizo Will Arnett es espectacular. Hacer siempre un Batman serio y poder hacer a un Batman que se ríe de Batman, que se ríe de sus miedos, de sus inseguridades, que se vuelve hasta un poco patoso, que no sabe cómo relacionarse con los demás.
Who are you here to see?
I'm here to see your butt.
Is that last name Bud, first name yours? Oh my gosh!
Y los Lego Batman fue como, vamos a reírnos, vamos a divertirnos. Fue eso, poder reírte hasta de ti mismo, ¿no? Fue liberador.
Aver contribuito alla Batman Legacy mi riempie di gioia e mi riempie di orgoglio.
Il y a quelque chose de l'enfance là-dedans, quoi. De dire, oh, je suis pris pour faire Batman.
Batman was like going full circle from my childhood to my adult life.
Lo debo decir como lo siento y es un gran orgullo, es una de las cosas más bonitas que me han ocurrido a nivel profesional.
So Batman will be always close to my heart because Batman is one of the best characters in my life. I'm a bit emotional now.
Es maravilloso ser parte de este gran grupo del mundo DC y de DC Fandom el día de hoy. Yo creo que vamos a estar muy emocionados todos viendo a mis compañeros actores, viendo a todos.
What Warner Brothers is doing now, like getting us into the limelight where people come to know this is the voice of Batman from India, from different countries. This is the appreciation coming back to us. So I feel great.
Uma coisa que marca, você não deixa de ter dublado o personagem, né? As pessoas vão sempre lembrar de você como o Batman.
As an actor, I'm so grateful to have been in this adventure.
That was fun.
I'm Batman. Hey, that wasn't bad. With a little audio mixing and some luck, maybe they'll cast me as the Italian Robert Pattinson in the next film. What do you think? Coming up, we have another WB Games debut, and we are talking to Matt Reeves, director of The Batman.
Hey everybody, Shin here, the guy behind the stream that is being provided to you. That was kind of cool to see all the voices of Batman around the world, but what I really wanted to see from this DC fandom is the Justice League panel for Zack Snyder's Justice League, which is coming up next. So I'm really hyped for this. Hopefully you are too. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for just joining me as I watch. I was going to do commentary in the beginning, but I thought it'd be best not to because it'd get in the way of what's being presented. So once again, thank you for hanging out. If you have subscribed to my channel, thank you so much. I wasn't expecting it, but here we go. Justice League panel. Let's go.
Hi everyone, the Brazilians are back in the house, and let me just say that you guys, the best, are the best. I love everything and incredible stuff. I can't wait to see more from these super talented fans.
Well, me too, Aline. Now, speaking of DC's fans,
Since 2017, you have been demanding the release of Zack Snyder's version of Justice League, of course. Your friends at HBO Max heard you and looked for it in 2021.
I know, but I know. That probably feels like a long way off. So, right now, we're gonna check out this very exciting panel featuring Zack Snyder and some special guests, as well as some of the fans who helped bring this DC dream come to life.
Ready? Ready. Okay, let's go. Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. It's awesome to be here at DC Fandom. This is amazing. It's been quite a journey with the DC fans, and I've had a great time bringing some of these beloved DC titles to the big screen. And the Justice League really is, for me, and in this format, an amazing crown jewel. As a community, we're able to make this thing happen, and we really appreciate it. We're going to shake it up a little bit for this panel, and I'm going to have some fans ask me questions. I'm going to ask some people questions. We've got a special guest, so let's get to it. We have some questions from fans read to us by some of the amazing cast of Justice League. Looks like next we have Batman, my Batman. Go ahead, man. What do you got?
I hope you guys are enjoying DC Fandom. And I'm really excited for you to get a chance to see Zach's ultimate version of Justice League on HBO Max next year.
Well, thank you, Ben. I'm excited for everyone to see the film as well. It's cool. What question do you have?
Patrick Mendoza wants to know, who is your favorite superhero of all time? We know the answer to that, but go ahead and answer it anyway.
I guess my favorite hero of all time, other than Batman, would have to be sort of staying in the DC world as I do. It's got to be Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen, I think. I don't know, for me, he's like this super cool quantum superhero whose time, space, reality, all those things are at his fingertips. So, yeah, it's got to be Dr. Manhattan. That was awesome, Ben. Thank you so much. That was cool, and appreciate you stopping by. I think next, is it Superman?
Hello, everybody. My name is Henry Cavill, and I promise you that I am not in prison. This is just my place of work. I hope you're enjoying DC Fandom, and I have a fan question for Zack Snyder from Swapnil. As a storyteller, what is the dynamic between the Justice League that is important for you to present on the screen? Zach, over to you.
It's a great question, and thank you so much. I think the important thing for me to see, as the Justice League comes together, is this idea that, like, a lot of them basically are loners, right? You have Batman, who lives in a cave. His only buddy is Alfred, really. You got Wonder Woman, who, after Steve's demise, she's been kind of keeping quiet. You have Flash, who's got these powers, but he's kind of alone in the world. And you have Cyborg, who, you know, in a lot of ways, is not really happy about what's happened to him, this transformation. He's coming to terms with it. And then you have Aquaman, who also is this loner. And sort of thematically, them coming together and forming a family and finding in each other support. I think that's really what, in the end, drove me to want to see this happen or see them come together. And I think that when you take all these different personalities and bring them together into a single cohesive group, it's a fun and awesome dynamic, but also there's a why of doing it. All right, let's see. Who do we have next? Is it Cyborg?
Hey, Zach. What up, man? Ray Fisher here. You know I am super excited about the Snyder Cut getting dropped on HBO Max. And there's some folks who have a couple questions for you. The first question is coming from Eddie Gordon from the United States. And that question is, which character are you most excited to fully flesh out in your cut of Justice League?
Interesting that you should ask me that, because of course it's Cyborg. Cyborg is the heart of the movie. Cyborg is the thing that I think in the end holds the team together in a lot of ways, and excited to see, or for fans to see, just how that is realized on camera.
And the second question is coming in from Irfan Kam from the United Kingdom. And their question is, when you started writing Justice League, what thematic ideas were you most excited to tackle? Additionally, how much of a challenge was it to keep the tone mythological? I want to know too, so make sure you get up on those.
It's a great question. When Chris and I were talking about this movie, I think we're big fans of sort of the Joseph Campbellian, hero's journey, and also this notion that we would be creating a team. It's the Knights of the Round Table joining together in an epic adventure, and this is the call to action film that brings them as a story that brings them all together. And I think it is a mythological concept to begin with. So keeping it mythological, and especially when you think about it's Aquaman, it's Wonder Woman, Flash, Cyborg, and then Superman, you're really talking about a mythological group, Okay, this is fun. Let's keep them coming. Who else? I think next is the Flash himself.
Mr. Maestro Zack Snyder. I mean, what other questions can we ask? I think we'd all like to know if we'll see more of the handsome and talented Ezra Miller in your cut.
I like the question, Ezra. No agenda at all. Very good. Of course, you're going to see tons more of the Flash. I have a huge love for the Flash and for Ezra Miller, as you know, especially when you call me at the last second and make me come work on your music videos in the desert. That's really kind of you. So, but yes, of course, Ezra. I think people are going to see a lot more of the Flash, and they're going to get to see a little bit more of his emotional arc. And I hope they enjoy it, because I enjoy seeing you, especially in this format. Okay, looks like we've got, we've got something from Wonder Woman herself, Gal Gadot.
Zach, when you cast me in the role of Wonder Woman, I had no idea what an amazing ride I was in for. It's been life-changing to play this character, mostly because I've got to meet so many incredible fans around the world who love her like we do. Fans who I hope are all sharing this experience today, because it's all happening because of you. So to all the fans who asked for this cut, you obviously have your own superpowers, because just like the members of Justice League, you are stronger together, and you made this possible. So thank you. I love you.
Thanks, Gal. I can't wait for fans to see you in Wonder Woman 84, which is an amazing movie, and you are amazing in it. And Patty, of course, did an amazing job. So you guys are an awesome team, and people's minds are going to be blown when they see that. So thanks again. That was great. All right, let's see. Who do we have next?
Hi, Zach, and everybody in the Justice League crew. I have a question. So as somebody who is so very excited to get to see your vision of Justice League, and that you're finally getting this chance to really show us the film that was always intended, and one that we're all so super excited to see, I wanted to know, probably what everybody wants to know is, can you hint something that the world has never seen, that you have been so excited to let us all get a glimpse at, without too many spoilers?
Okay, how do I do this without giving too many spoilers? You're going to see something with Flash in this film I don't think that you've ever seen before. Something that has to do with his abilities, because he's a quantum character. He interacts with time and space, so you might see him do something that is timely. But awesome, Patty. Awesome question. It's awesome to see you. All right, let's move along, shall we? And I think I want to ask some questions. So let's get some people on the line if we can. I'd like to get, there's some super fans we have standing by, I see. One of them is Fiona from China. She is dear to our hearts. She was one of the founding members of the Snyder Cut movement, and really instrumental in bringing it to all of us. So let's get her on the line and say hi to her.
Oh my God, Zach and his studio. It's like a dream come true.
I'm going to ask you some questions. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
First off was, what about this movement and the Snyder Cut and the whole thing? What was the thing that got you to say, like, hey, you know what? I got to, like, get involved with this?
After I saw Batman with Superman in theaters 4 years ago in China, I was blown away. After watching Justice League, it was immediately clear that many parts of the film were not consistent with your usual filmmaking style. So we are the fans. We knew that there was a real version of the film out there. We started asking for it. Why not? We started a petition, if you remember, that reached to 180K people signed. Then I think it's not enough. So I created a website called forsnydercut.com that allowed us to start doing some online and real-world events, such as Twitter trends, raising money for AFSP, letter writing, and phone calls to Warner Brothers. Now, here we are.
Awesome. Wow. And look what happened. You guys did it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
So did you really think it was going to happen, though, when we really started to, when it got closer?
It all started with hope and dream. So many movements, I think, never go beyond that. To actually achieve a dream, you need organization and selflessness. Then we have a team who put a billboard in Times Square.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I think you remember that.
Yeah. Fantastic.
When you see all these people, when you fight alongside such talent and generous people, you know it's not possible. It's a certainty.
Yeah.
Even we had many obstacles, but we know we will win this.
Yeah, it's fun. I always thought it was funny that, like, the scale started to get bigger and bigger, and we would notice, like, oh my gosh. And at first, remember, because it was like a bus stop in Comic-Con, and then a billboard in Times Square, and then on the anniversary of Justice League, and it just goes completely nuts, and everyone's like, okay.
It's like snowball, rolling with a big snowball.
Yeah, a giant snowball. No, yeah. What was your favorite moment for you in the whole experience?
I think my answer to this question evolved. I started out because I admire you. I love you. I want to fight for you and your works. But as time passed, I became just much about fighting alongside my fellow community members. It's power from art, mostly. Power from your art. You empowered us.
Well, that's amazing and kind. And well, it's amazing to see you. And thank you so much for connecting with us. I can't wait to come to China.
Please come to China. I want to be your guide. So see you.
Yep. See you soon. Thank you, Fiona.
Yeah.
Okay. We have another call from Dexter, another amazing friend and another amazing fan who also was super important in the creation and cultivation of this movement. He's been around for a long time and really making this happen. So let's talk to Dexter. Dexter.
Hi. How are you, my friend?
Awesome. I'm glad you came. It's great to see you.
Thank you. Great to see you as well.
So I got you on the spot because I want to ask you a couple questions. So I guess the first question is, what are your initial thoughts? And where were you when you first heard about the Snyder Cut movement? Or how did it come on your radar?
Yeah, well, it was very early on. I'll tell you, right after the viewing of the theatrical edition, I went to the internet and I felt that I couldn't be the only one that felt a certain way. So after maybe a few weekends, I had a few chats with a few people, and it kind of fell into my lap, and I said, this is something that I can really get behind. And I did what I could in order to try to help, and here I am, multiple years later, still trying to be a forefront of this whole thing to help you guys out, and thankfully it's been a positive turn of events.
Yeah, like how crazy is it that, like I was saying the other day, I shot the movie in 2016. Like that's when I was on set shooting, and here we are in 2021, and well, coming up to, and that's when the movie's going to come out, and seems impossible.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So to that, when you started in this movement, did you think there was a chance that they would do this?
That's a really great question. Early on, I had high hopes about it. And I think it was just because of my ignorance on how the industry worked. Toward, a quarter into it, I kind of said, well, we're not really speaking their language. How can we get them to want to do this for us? I think that's the key, and what made it really happen is just the fact that they saw that there were so many people that really wanted to stand behind the artistry of it all, the artists, and the integrity of it. And here we are.
I always felt like when I was sort of observing this movement, in a lot of ways, for fans, the way the comic book calendar is set up, it'd be like, oh, the anniversary of the release, or a Comic-Con, or Brazil Comic-Con, or New York Comic-Con, and you guys just always kind of using those events as like a springboard, because you're like, look, we got something to say. So it always felt like.
Yeah, it was tough coming up with those things at times. It really was. We would chatter a lot of behind the scenes Zoom calls and phone calls and WhatsApp messages, really trying to come up with what can we do next? We're thinking about our next event. And then when you were to kind of give us a little hint or a little something to play along with, and it just really, really ignited us to continue on. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that for me was amazing. It was cool to have this kind of conversation with the fans where I could either, release an image or just say something and just get this response that I could feel, this kind of energy exchange that was really, really, really exciting. Do you have a favorite moment from this experience?
I think my favorite moment so far is getting the opportunity to fly out to your event in Pasadena. The Director's Cut weekend was such a memorable event for me and my sons, and something I will always cherish with me. And one of the other things I was just really, really excited to see, and this is just me, and I don't want to make things heavy, but just the opportunity to see the smile on yours and Debbie's face when it was official. It was just really heartwarming to me. And honestly, I did tear up a little bit. I will admit, I teared up a little bit, but it's just because it was just a lot of work that paid off. And I'm just excited to see that you guys were really, really happy.
Well, I got to admit that we also, when we heard the news, we all got pretty emotional, and it's been an incredible journey. And for us, one of the amazing parts is that we were able to, interact with and be part of this fan community in an amazing way. And it's changed us and made us, really grateful for being able to have this dialogue and also, frankly, feeling the incredible support for the work that I get to experience, when we see these fan generated events and things that really have nothing to do with selling a movie or doing anything that has to do with commerce. It's really for love, and we feel it. And also the amazing charitable work that you guys, the amount of money you've raised for suicide prevention is just unbelievable. So again, thank you so much. We couldn't thank you enough. So Dexter, thanks.
Thank you so much. It's been our pleasure. We appreciate it.
It's cool to interact with the fans and get to talk about this journey that we've been on, because it has been something quite amazing. Maybe I should talk for a second about how you guys are going to see the movie and what format we're going to have it in. It's going to be in 4 parts, 1 hour each. So 4 hours of Justice League is coming your way. We're going to work on a way of bundling it together at the end so you can watch it as a single film if that's the way you want to experience it. Also, to all my international fans and everyone watching all over the world, don't worry if you don't have HBO Max, because we're working on a distribution plan. So I promise you're going to get a chance to see it. And if you guys haven't gotten your t-shirt yet, there's still hope. If you go to Into the People, you can get your associate producer shirt. And I want you guys, it all goes to a good cause. So please go grab a shirt if you can. I guess it's time to play the little teaser, because that's why you're really here. To see some footage from the movie, as I promised. So why don't we check that out? So here it is, Justice League.
Now I've heard there was a secret chord that David played, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the 4th, the 5th, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah. I did my best, it wasn't much. I couldn't feel, so I tried to touch. I've told the truth, I didn't come to fool you. And even though it all went wrong, I'll stand before the Lord of Song with nothing on my tongue but hallelujah.
Zack Snyder, man. Zack Snyder.
Amazing, and that's how we do it in the DC fandom.
This guy's probably fought hundreds of thousands of other super beings on the other planets he's destroyed, right? And we have to assume he's won.
I don't care how many demons he's fought and how many hells. He's never fought us. Not us united.
Zack Snyder, man. Zack Snyder.
Amazing, and that's how we do it in the DC fandom.
Wow, wow, wow. ¿Vieron ese tráiler? Bueno, este tráiler es impresionante. Estaban hablando un poco del soundtrack que lo acompañaba, pero alcanzamos a ver muchísimas cosas novedosas dentro de esta Justice League. Tomas que no habíamos alcanzado a ver, de verdad hubo como una profundización, un poco más de tomas, un poco más de pantalla que le dieron a Flash en su momento, pero pues es increíble. Zack Snyder tuvo que abandonar esta producción o esta parte de la producción por un problema personal que tuvo él pues con una de sus hijas que lamentablemente falleció. Tuvo que abandonar la producción y ahí fue cuando Joss Whedon llegó como director de esta serie. Así que nada, increíble, increíble lo que vamos a ver y pues más adelante tenemos muchísimas más noticias acerca de este Snyder Cut. Total, ya acabate de 2020, ¿qué nos dejaste? Bueno, de 2020 no se puede acabar antes de ver Wonder Woman. Eso sí está fijo. Wonder Woman se estrena en octubre, el 2 de octubre de este año. en las salas de cines, esperemos que en las salas de cines, aquí en Colombia, donde se radica Cinefans, pues vamos a poder ver a la Mujer Maravilla, porque pues los cines van a estar abiertos para esa fecha. Queremos saber cómo están el estado de los cines en sus países, cómo es que se están viendo, pero bueno, claro, fue hermoso ese tráiler. La verdad estábamos esperando, yo estaba aquí concordando también como que, hombre, ya muestren el maldito tráiler, hasta que por fin lo hicieron. Bueno, los dejo con Daniel. Yo tengo que ir a grabar videos.
Bueno, chicos, bastante impresionado, realmente. Estoy como ustedes, anonadado. Me fascinó que mostraran más escenas de Flash, que se metieran más en la historia de Cyborg. Esto fue una locura, realmente, de los paneles más esperados, y no nos decepcionó para nada. Ya pudimos ver a Superman en su traje negro. Vimos un final en donde se enfrentará toda la Liga de la Justicia contra Superman. ¿Qué será esto? Es algo impresionante. Me fascinó personalmente, chicos. Estamos ansiosos de que llegue ya esto a HBO Max. Además, es algo importante y lo dijo el mismo Zack Snyder, que no solamente en HBO se va a revelar. Se está viendo la posibilidad de que esto llegue a otros medios para poder nosotros disfrutarlo. ¿Listo? Entonces, si tú no tienes HBO, no te preocupes, porque igual se va a hacer el esfuerzo de que llegue a otras plataformas virtuales. Y, chicos, estoy feliz, realmente un gran inicio. Y pues vamos a ver ahora qué nos tiene el panel de The Flash de TV, que por ahí también nos lo preguntaron. ¿Listo, chicos? Entonces recuerden suscribirse, darle like, compartir, y vamos con The Flash.
My name is Barry Allen. I am The Flash.
Welcome to DC Fandom. I'm Chancellor Agard from Entertainment Weekly, and this is the Flash panel. Joining me today, we have Grant Gustin, who plays the Scarlet Speedster himself, the Flash, aka Barry Allen. Candace Patton, who plays reporter extraordinaire Iris West Allen. Daniel Panabaker, who pulls double duty as both Caitlin Snow and Frost. Carlos Valdez, who plays the ever-quotable mechanical engineer Cisco Ramon. Daniel Nicolay, who plays meta attorney Lucille Horton. Brandon McKnight, who plays enthusiastic scientist Chester P. Runk. And Kayla Compton, who plays Central City citizen intern Allegra Garcia. Also, we have showrunner and executive producer Eric Wallace. Hi, guys. Hi. Before we talk about season 7, I do want to go back through season 6, which I think was a really unique year for the show. Because Eric, you decided to split the season into 2 parts. Looking back on it now, how successful do you feel that was? How effective was that?
I thought it was really successful. In the first half with Bloodwork, we were able to really drill down on Barry's story and on dealing with crisis. In the back half, we're able to really drill into Iris's character and to Citizen and Eva's story. And then we'll see at the top of season 7 how it all comes together.
And for the cast, especially the ones who've been here since season 1, in the moment, could you feel something different about the show and how it was structured?
I loved it. I was a big fan of it. I'm really glad that we got to, it gives the opportunity to really flesh out those villains a little bit more and not spread them out so much that you feel like you're sort of filling in episodes to get to the end.
Yeah, I think a show needs to change in order to grow.
As an actor too, it prevents fatigue throughout the season. 22 episodes is a long time, 9 months. And I think for us having this kind of break in the season where a new sort of storyline emerges kind of puts us in a headspace of, feeling reinvigorated with the work.
The first half of the season was very much about sort of Barry's walk up to crisis and him dealing with his mortality.
I don't know how you're doing this. Real or not, I'm coming for you.
Grant, for you, what was it like sort of dig into Barry in that way in the first half of the season, especially with episodes like The Last Temptation?
That was a really special episode to me. And I think it really was a good episode to show just kind of the culmination of all of his emotions and the conflict kind of boiling over. I just felt really lucky with all the material they gave me in The Last Temptation of Barry Allen.
And on the flip side, we dug a lot more into Iris as a journalist. For you, Candace, what was it like to sort of explore that side of Iris in more detail?
It was a long time coming. I think we've kind of teased Iris being this ace reporter since season 1. It's always kind of been put on the back burner. So it was a nice treat to finally have it be at the forefront of her character arc for the season. It's such a male-dominated cast. I love these guys, but having more women and having this kind of Charlie's Angels reporter team, it was really cool. It brought a new energy to the show, and I hope we carry on with that in the next season.
And on the subject of new things, I mean, this season we got 2 new characters with Chester and Kayla, and we have 2 now series regulars coming into season 7. How was your experience sort of coming into a show that's sort of 6 seasons in and sort of finding your way through it?
I was intimidated for sure. I knew these guys were a family and I was nervous. Danny was one of the first people that made me feel so welcome. We were shooting a scene and she just took me under her wing instantly. And I remember she was like, "Do you want to take a picture?" And I was like, "Do I want to take a picture of you?" Yes. And then I got the courage to like ask other people to take pictures because she had like made me feel so welcome instantly.
I was a big fan. I am a big fan of the show, and I watched the show. The Flash is my little sister's favorite superhero, so we watched the show since season 1. So I came in already like understanding what the show was about, like what the show's tone was, stuff like that. For me, it was more so just meeting everybody and trying to find my spot and my place without interrupting or changing too much.
And Brenda, I know in the past, Eric has talked about how Chester, he views Chester, it's sort of like him, it's sort of dude about science and all that. I'm curious, 1, what conversations did you have with Eric about sort of crafting this performance as Chester? And 2, did you base any of it on Eric himself?
I remember the first day on set, I met Eric, and I remember him just telling me, this guy's brain works faster than his mouth. He can't speak as quickly as he thinks.
Hey, what up, party people? Welcome to a world where all are welcome and anything, including the scientifically impossible, can and probably will happen.
Kayla, with Allegra, I'm curious, coming into the show, I mean, how did you sort of connect with your character and in what ways did you relate to her?
The way I look at Allegra is that she just wants to fit in and belong somewhere. And I just super resonate with that. Family is really important to me. My friendships are really important to me. And belonging to something or having a community is just really important to me. So that was one of the first things that I like connected with Allegra. She just wants a family and she like wants to belong and she hasn't had that previously. And so I super.
For you, I guess
you're in the Flash family now. Yeah.
Danielle, I mean, this season 6 was all about sort of Frost finding herself or finding a way to craft a life for herself. For you, what was it like to explore that journey with this character?
It was great. It was really fun to get to explore Killer Frost as a real character and a person and a human being with feelings and emotions and not just necessarily this person who, you know, pops up for a fight and then disappears and we don't really know her perspective on things. So it was really fun to get to dig in and flesh that out and have a little bit of fun with it. You know, like Candace was saying earlier, it's nice to have the variety after, you know, 6 seasons and 150 episodes.
On the subject of change, this season for Cecile, she sort of decides to become a meta attorney for metahumans. For you, what has it been like to see this character evolve from when she was initially introduced to where she is now?
It's a blast for me because I got to be a regular person, and I got to be a telepath, and then I got to be an empath, and then now I am a meta defense attorney. And then from what I understand, there's going to be some shifts next season too.
Is there something that you're hoping to do that you haven't gotten a chance to do on the show yet?
I have always, this is not news to anybody, Eric will not be surprised, I have wanted Cecile to be bad, just a little bit bad, forever. So just a little bit, because she's so good. I would have a lot of fun playing like bad Cecile. Unfortunately, Eric does not believe me to be as good of a writer as I am an actor. So he continues to not buy my pitches.
But I listen. I am listening.
And Carlos, I mean, this season 5 ended with him giving up his powers, and this season was very much about him figuring out what his role on the team was without those powers. After 5 seasons of Cisco's vibe, what was it like for you to explore this Cisco in a new place like this?
I don't think he regrets that decision, but I think it definitely haunts him. I'm actually feeling a lot like Cisco these days because, like, you know, I'll have a fan that I'll like see on the street or whatever. They'll be like, "Yo, but vibe though, come on." You know, and I have to imagine Cisco's probably feeling very similarly. Like, I know.
The beginning of season 6 actually had an episode called Kiss Kiss Breach Breach, which is Cisco-centric. And included on the DVD set coming out in August is a black and white version of that episode. And we have a clip from that episode. So let's check it out.
You murdered my daughter!
No, I didn't do it! I swear!
Liar!
Believe me! Leave him alone!
Where did you get that?
In Cisco's workshop. I don't know how it got there.
I do. He just murdered my daughter with it.
Wow, right?
Pretty cool.
So exciting.
Very cool.
Carlos, an episode so Cisco-centric about him dealing with Gypsy's death. What was it like leading the A-plot?
So gratifying to my budding narcissism.
On that note, we also have a sizzle reel for what's to come in season 7. When we last left off season 6, Eva McCulloch had gotten what she wanted, and she framed Sue. And the sizzle will sort of tease what's to come when the show returns. So let's check out that clip.
I've achieved my goal. This company is all mine. You lost your speed? You're not much of a threat, are you? You just stay out of my way, Flash.
Iris is my wife. I have to save her.
What are you? I am a product of your broken mind.
How much speed do you have left?
Enough for a few hours. I need your help to build an artificial speed force. That's how I can get my speed back.
I was an empath too, only I never held back. Imagine what you'd become if you weren't so afraid. This time, no one is coming to save you. Not your friends, not your husband. There's only 2 options in this place: survival or madness. Everyone.
You lied.
Yeah, I lied. Oh, frack.
There's a supersonic jet about to crash over the city.
And the Flash isn't fast enough to stop it.
Eva can move anywhere, through any mirror in the universe, in the blink of an eye. She's faster than I am, and somehow I'm supposed to stop her?
I have unfinished business and a whole world to liberate.
We need a plan. We've all lost so much this year. Some things can't be taken. We still have our will to fight for those we love.
Keep watching. Keep trying to break me, because I'm not afraid of the woman that I am today. But you are, Eva.
Team Flash needs as many hands on deck as possible.
Well, now, Flash.
We go save Iris and our friends.
Get everybody back.
Eric, can you talk about what we're seeing there?
When we had the shutdown happen, as unfortunate as it was, we were on the last day of filming for what would have been the 20th episode of last season, which now will become partially the first episode of season 7. So we did have 85% of the footage that we were able to use. Plus, also, we knew where we were going already in season 7. So even though it's only footage really from one episode, pay attention to the way it's presented. It's actually huge spoilers all over the place.
And that sizzle had a lot of Iris in it, a lot of Iris in the Mirrorverse. Candace, I mean, can you sort of, in your mind, I guess, how do you think her time in the Mirrorverse has sort of affected her?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see when she comes out, and I believe she will come out very soon when we pick up season 7. It'll be very interesting to see how she's been affected by being kind of stuck in this maddening world with this super villain.
Preview showed that sort of Barry is sort of working as hard as he can to get his powers back, get his speed back. I mean, for you, do you think Barry has enjoyed any part of not having his speed at this point, or do you think he really does just really misses it, I guess?
Yeah, no, I think he really just misses it. I don't think, especially with Iris being trapped in the Mirrorverse at the moment, and then Eva being a factor, I don't think any part of him has been like, well, I guess I'll just enjoy this downtime while I can. I think he genuinely not just wants his powers back, but he feels that he needs them back. And he's also started to feel that they define him, and what is he without them.
Big bads for season 7. Eric, what was it about Gotham? You're like, oh, there's something there for that.
I want to make sure that new fans, especially new young fans who are reading the comic book right now, are welcomed to the show. So it's not just Silver Age villains and Bronze Age villains. There might be a young girl or a young boy who is reading those Flash comics right now and going, where's my villain, my generation's villain.
And with that, let's move on to some fan questions. Last season, we got to see some romantic moments between Barry and Iris, even though it was Mirror Iris. Will we get to see more of that with the real Iris this season? And this question comes from Jamaica.
They will find their way back to each other eventually. A lot of the romance and the chemistry between Grant and I has always been something even deeper than that. It's the way we look at each other and the way the characters are written.
For Grant, which from all over the world wanted to know this, when will we get to see the Flash in the iconic gold boots?
This might be a question for me, but really it's for Eric, because I don't know if this is saying too much, but if it were up to me, it would have been like 2 seasons ago. So.
Well, that'll do it for us today. Thank you all for joining me for this panel. I had a really good time. For everyone watching, please make sure you tune into The Flash when it returns in 2021. The Flash, the complete 6th season, is available now on digital and comes out on Blu-ray and DVD on August 25th.
So, this is the DC Fandom. Wow, what a cool place to be. You think you've seen it all? Not even close. Another big game announcement is on the way. Plus, panel discussions with cast of Black Adam, Aquaman, and the Batman. And now for some more of your fan questions. Check it out.
I would like to. I mean, honestly, as a nerd, seeing the whole table of superheroes, like, I got chills, and it would be cool to be like Justice League out. You know, that would be awesome. So I would love for that to happen. And as far as Henderson, you know, I don't know. I was not a fan of him going. So I mean, that still sucks, to be perfectly honest. So I would love for him to be revived, but I will go on record that I wanted him to not die.
Comics have always been an aspiring art form. Our characters have been interpreted in so many ways over the years by incredible artists, including you. Let's take a look at some of your amazing art created by our talented fans right now. Wow, such amazing art. And did you see that Black Adam art piece in there? I wonder what else might be in the store for Black Adam.
I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. This is the one. This is the one that's going to change everything. And they imprisoned me for it. Now, 5,000 years later, I'm free. And I give you my word. No one will ever stop me again. right, what's up, everybody? And so happy to be joining you guys at the first ever DC Fandom. You guys are watching from around the world. You're excited. I'm excited. And I got to tell you, first of all, I got to give props to my two friends, Jim Lee and Boss Logic, who teamed up with me to create that really amazing piece that I was so proud to show you guys. Just to give you guys a little sense of the Black Adam movie that we plan to create and deliver for you. Now, I wish I could show you more, a lot more, but as you can imagine, we're still in the very early processes of this creation. But I can promise all of you this, all of you around the world right now watching, I can promise you this, I give you my word, that we are going to go beyond your wildest expectations. And I already know this because your expectations are high, so are mine. Look, at the end of the day, I truly have one boss that I aim to please. Besides my wife and my daughters. And that boss, of course, is you guys, the fans, the audience. Always audience first in my book. All right, so I know you guys got a lot of questions. I'm going to do my best to answer as many as I can. Let's get the show on the road. First question comes in from June Rodriguez of the United States. The question is, how powerful can we expect Black Adam to be? Well, great question, Jude. Thank you for asking that question. As we all know, full superheroes, anti-heroes, villains, whatever you want to call Black Adam, he is one of the most powerful in the DC universe. But as we all know, the superheroes, they have to exhibit a little bit of restraint when it comes to taking care of the bad guys, if you will, or taking care of the people who are opposite them, who are opposing them, who are in their way. But this idea that you could take all of Black Adam's powers, strength, that makes for a really powerful combination, and one that's explosive, one that's very dangerous, and one that is ultimately, I think, very likable, to me at least. All right, next question comes in from Jaden Marvel of Singapore. The question is, if you could take any DC character to join you in an adventure, who would it be and why? The number one choice on who I would love to take with me on an adventure would be Wonder Woman. And I'll tell you why. No, I know what you guys are thinking. Oh, of course you would, Rock. No, look, Gal is my friend. She's a very good friend of mine. But the character of Wonder Woman is one that I have such a tremendous amount of respect for. I've always thought that this combination of Wonder Woman and Black Adam would make an incredible pairing. So this idea that we would go on an adventure together is something very cool. The other part to this answer is, I always thought that it might be cool to hang out with Superman. That would be cool, right? I mean, we're kind of similar in terms of our powers, our strengths, our speeds. Because look, at the end of the day, you never know. Black Adam and Superman could become friends. Or they won't. Who knows? Maybe we'll see. All right, this next question comes from Caleb Hammocks from the UK. The question is, out of all the characters you could have played, what is it about Black Adam that stuck out to you that makes him unique? It's a great question, Caleb. Thank you very much. Caleb or Caleb, I hope I pronounced your name right. As many of you know, Black Adam has been with me for a very, very long time. This has been a project that has been in development for a very long time, over 10 years plus with myself, our producer, Hiram Garcia, who's the president of Seven Bucks Productions. I mean, this has been in our DNA and in our wiring for such a long time. One of the main things that I always loved and admired about Black Adam was, number one, he was an anti-hero. He is an anti-hero. I love that. I love that the line is a little blurred. I love that he doesn't toe the mark. I love that he doesn't walk the line. I love that he has his own sense of Black Adam justice. I also love the fact that about Black Adam. Okay, this next great question is from Ayush Butola from India. I hope I pronounced your name right. So from India, thank you for this question. Will you stay faithful to the fact Black Adam, at the end of the day, is a ruthless keeper of justice and not a stereotypical villain or a hero? I love this question. And my stripped away, honest answer is yes. You know, as we all know, there's many variations and iterations of Black Adam that we have all fallen in love with over the years, over the years. And what I can promise you is the Black Adam that I feel in my heart is the right one to root our story in the beginning, this origin story. This is a character that will possess all the qualities that we have loved, regardless of what variation of Black Adam you've loved, which he is ruthless. He's a ruthless keeper of justice. He is the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And he believes in an eye for an eye, and he will always do everything he can to protect his people, more so protect his family. So that is my answer, and thank you for your question. All right, so here we go. This next question, it's a video question coming in via video. All right, cool, roll it.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Dwayne? How you doing, man? My question is, I just want to know how you're feeling about the fact that I'm coming for your squat game. I'm just curious.
Well, you know what? Look, I'm glad, Noah, that you said that, because there's a difference between coming for my squat game, different than, Adam Smasher coming for Black Adam's squat game. It's a big difference. So you know what? I welcome it, dude. Good to see you, man. How you been?
Good to see you too. Oh, I've been really good, man. Excited to be here. Excited to be a part of the team.
Man, it's so cool to have you be part of this team and that you're training on the tarmac, right? So, and the fact that you're on the tarmac means it's about 120 degrees on that tarmac.
Oh, it's warm down here.
Well, man, really quickly, I know that a lot of fans are super excited that we are introducing JSA after all these years. And what is it about Adam Smasher, which, by the way, is one of my favorite characters, especially, when you see him just grow so large and everything is like just so badass and yes, and powerful. What is it about the character that attracted you?
Man, I think Al, his the real name Al Rothstein. I feel like he really has something to prove, especially with his lineage of where his grandfather was kind of a villain, and he's got quite a spirit to just help. And what I love about the character is that he goes through this transformation throughout the film, where I think he's not expecting the world of being a superhero, because this is his first mission. It kind of just like hits him across the face. And so it's this journey that he goes on of what it means to be a superhero. And he gets to really see someone like Black Adam, who takes a different approach, clearly, to, solving a problem or fighting, bad guys. And it's an exciting character. It's a young character. It's a new, fresh face. And I don't mind being the size of the Eiffel Tower, the Empire State Building. That'd be pretty tight.
I've seen some of the previs and renditions, and I got to tell you, it's so cool to see Adam Smasher next to Black Adam, and how, especially when your character, just becomes even more powerful and he grows. It's just such an incredible visual to see Adam Smasher just so big and badass. and Black Adam just reduced. But it's awesome, man, and I'm so happy you're on board. And I know you've been working your ass off. And personally, for Meteor, I want to thank you so much for working so hard. This has been a passion project, a dream of mine for many, many years. So I thank you. My heart is full of gratitude, brother, for all the hard work that you're going to put in. And this is only the beginning. I can't wait to get on set with you, and we're going to crush this movie.
I'm so stoked, man. I can't wait. Thank you for having me aboard. So grateful, seriously.
Well, so cool to see my boy Noah. Can't wait for you guys to see him in the movie. He's going to kick ass. All right, now I tried to get through as many questions as I possibly could. There were literally thousands and thousands of them. And a lot of the questions were about the JSA, the Justice Society of America, and who from the JSA is going to be in our movie. Well, I don't want to reveal too much this early on, but I thought this might answer some of your questions. Take a look.
I have a knack for destroying bullies. But there are some who think I need help. Hawkman. Dr. Fate. And their new recruits. Cyclone. And Atom Smasher. They call themselves the Justice Society. An organization that believes in fighting for truth and justice. Well, I'm going to teach them that the only beliefs I fight for are mine. Welcome to Truth, Justice, and the Black Adam Way.
So as you guys can see, we are cooking up something pretty badass and certainly a lot of fun that we are all excited about to deliver to you guys. And I can't wait to show you more. But before I go, I want you guys to help me out with something. It's something that's pretty important. I need you guys to help me get a message out to the ones, some of the other DC superheroes. Let's let Flash, Shazam, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman. Let's let them know something. Things will never be the same because the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
Wow, that was amazing. I'm so excited to see Dwayne Johnson as Black Adam. And with that, I'm going to hand this back over to Aisha. Take it away.
Thank you, Lilyco. That was so cool. By the way, guys, Lilyco was a badass wrestler. You guys should totally check her out. Guys, we love hearing from you, our DC fans, okay? So keep tweeting us at #DCFandom. Let's keep the conversation going. And first, here are more of your questions that are just begging for answers.
Bueno, volvemos otra vez. Nosotros tenemos 3 eventos que tuvimos, bueno, que se presentaron dentro de esta DC Fandom. El primero de ellos fue Justice League Zack Snyder con un tráiler excelente, donde vimos muchas cosas que nos pueden llevar a entender. Bueno, obviamente vimos algunas tomas adicionales de Flash, como ya les había comentado anteriormente, pero vimos lo posible un nuevo personaje. ¿Vieron quién rescató Flash? ¿Vieron quién rescató Flash en ese pedacito de trailer que alcanzamos a ver? Yo de ustedes lo voy pensando porque puede ser un personaje que se añada más adelante a este universo de DC. Entonces, pues tenemos eso. En Flash, pues tuvimos un tráiler un poco más revelador de lo que iba a hacer con esta temporada, pero pues no era así, no fue bastante lo que pudimos haber visto de Flash. Y pues obviamente ahorita con Black Adam vemos la historia. Black Adam en la primera película de Shazam, vimos que va a conformar un equipo. Noah Centineo está dentro de este equipo. Me parece muy chévere que este actor que estaba como en películas juveniles, como muy románticas, cambie un poco al esquema y cambia ahora a este nuevo formato un poco más oscuro. Black Adam, como bien lo dijo La Roca, es un proyecto que lleva él mismo prácticamente apadrinando desde hace 12 años, que él lleva apadrinando ese proyecto de Black Adam. Es como el, no sé, el Ryan Reynolds de DC, en este caso con este personaje. Así que hay muchísimas cosas que hemos visto. Ya estamos preparando las videoreacciones de la intro como tal, del tráiler, perdón, que vimos de Justice League, de este avance tan magnánimo y tan excelso que vimos de Justice League. Primero, pues quiero invitarlos a que se suscriban, que ahí están, vamos a estar publicando todo lo que vamos a estar viendo de esta DC Fandom. Algunas personas nos están preguntando si vamos a transmitir hasta finalizar el evento. Sí, es la idea transmitir hasta finalizar el evento, si pues DC todavía no lo sigue permitiendo. Y bueno, vamos a interactuar con ustedes. ¿Qué es lo que están diciendo? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando en este momento en el chat de esta transmisión en vivo mientras estamos esperando a que empiece Titans en breves minutos? Entonces, sí, apenas me acuerdo de los paneles. Total, ahorita vamos a estar publicando las cosas más destacadas de algunos paneles que presentaron avances, que presentaron realmente cosas sorprendentes. Lo que esperábamos que iba a ser una sorpresa no lo fue totalmente, quedamos todos decepcionados. Pero bueno. Ok, vamos a ver. Valentino Andrade, Valentino de verdad. Valentino es que le pegó al hermano, no Valentino, por favor. Lo dividieron en 2 días. Sí, César, lo dividieron en 2 días. Uno en series y otro en películas. Bueno, en series hoy vimos a Flash y vamos a ver a Titans, pero pues lo vamos a ver nuevamente el 12 de septiembre. Así que sí está dividido como tal en 2 días.
Hola chicos, ¿cómo vamos? Vamos a seguir con las interacciones. Alejo, ven, acércate a ese acá. A responder juntos.
¿Qué más hay?
Bueno, vamos a ver. El otro será el 12 de septiembre, creo. Efectivamente, el 12 de septiembre vamos a ver lo que es la DC Fandom, pero series. Netamente series, se van a repetir los paneles de The Flash y de Titans. Bueno, vamos a ver en dónde vamos aquí. Y el último panel que será el de Batman. Efectivamente, el último panel será el de Batman. Vamos a ver. ¿Habrá tráiler de Batman, Cristian? Señor Alejandro.
Batman se estrena el próximo año en el mes de octubre. Esperamos que por lo menos haya un teaser como tal. No sabemos en qué punto de la producción está en ese momento Batman. Sabemos que ya empezaron a grabar, que hay unas cosas como tal, pero pues como les cuento, Estados Unidos pues tuvo que cerrar, está en cuarentena como varios países. Entonces puede que la producción tenga unas pequeñas imágenes que nos puedan llegar a mostrar. No creo que haya un tráiler como tal, pero sí al menos un teaser que podamos ver de Batman en esta ocasión.
Bueno, acá tenemos otro y dice que después de todos estos años esperaba mínimo un teaser trailer de Black Adam. Bueno, realmente es muy difícil exigir ahorita un teaser trailer de Black Adam, ya que hasta ahora se está lanzando el proyecto formalmente. Como les dijo mi compañero Alejandro, es como el Ryan Reynolds de Marvel. O sea, realmente Deadpool se produjo fue por un error de subida de un video que pertenecía al corto original. La Roca lleva detrás de este proyecto años. Ahorita ya es oficial de que se va a hacer una película, pero hasta que dé un trailer, yo creo que falta bastante. Entonces,
por ejemplo,
esperemos.
de todo el equipo que vimos en este avance medio animado que hicieron de Black Adam, de todo el equipo, solamente se ha confirmado Nueva Centineo como Atom. Además, pues no sabemos qué otros personajes, la producción no ha comenzado y Black Adam está un poquito más adelante para estrenarse ya en el año 2022. Así que un tráiler por lo menos en este momento no creo que exista, no va a existir. Lo podremos ver yo creo que ya el próximo año. El próximo año yo creo que sí habrá por lo menos un tráiler de Black Adam y cuando comiencen también pues la grabación. Recuerden que esto va a pasar dentro de 2022. O sea, es muy probable que haya un tráiler, pero hasta el próximo año.
Bueno chicos, les recordamos nuevamente, suscríbanse, den like, compartan la transmisión. Realmente estamos contentos porque van interactuando con nosotros y recuerden que todo lo que hemos visto en esta DC Fandom será resubido en este canal en unas futuras horas. Entonces para que estén muy atentos, si se perdieron algo, lo vamos a resubir y vamos a estar muy atentos frente a cualquier novedad. No se vayan, ya viene el panel de Titans, nos falta ver a HAQUE y lo más esperado de la noche que puede ser de Batman, de Robert Pattinson.
Bueno, mientras tanto, mientras está en este evento, CNN pues adquirió un espacio dentro de esta transmisión para hablar de los verdaderos
Hola, ¿me escuchan muy bien? Ok. Bien, hola, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Dani Raza, bienvenidos a este canal de la CIC Pasto. Estamos precisamente haciendo la transmisión de lo que es la DC Fandom. En estos momentos quiero invitar a un gran amigo que se llama Freddy González. Ya está conectado ahí, Freddy González, ¿cómo vas?
Hola, ¿cómo estás, Dani? Saludos a todos los que están viendo en este momento la transmisión.
Bien, muchas gracias. Una transmisión conjunta, ¿no? Con Star Wars Shield y se dice Pasto. Nosotros nos fuimos por el canal de YouTube
Excelente.
para hacer esto. Pero la idea es, bueno, hagamos como un pequeño recordéis de lo que va a suceder en estos momentos, en este primer día de lo que ha sido un gigantesco tsunami de noticias de DC. Vamos, creo que con la más importante, hermano. ¿Qué te pareció el tráiler de Justice League?
Me gustó bastante, me gustó lo que vi, nuevas escenas, el tono, el color de la película me gustó mucho. Uxas, el Dark Side joven me pareció excelente y me pareció una decisión al Dark Side que vamos a ver finalmente en el metraje de la película. Me parece que ese elemento sorpresa va a ser bastante importante para los fans, porque pues obviamente lo que queremos es también ver qué cosas nuevas tendrá el film, pero pues sí me gustó bastante.
Frente a, bueno, para quienes lo conocen, Freddy González desde Bogotá, dueño de la tienda Comic, un defensor del Justice League Snyder Cut. Él sí, todo lo que le digan que es Snyder, creo que lo compra. A título personal, yo solamente podría decir que, digamos, uno lo que ve es una seguidilla de imágenes muy bien bonitas, que es en lo que Zack Snyder es especialista, pero de ahí no se aprecia más, ¿no? Tal vez el hecho de que incluyen más personajes como es Iris West, o
Iris West, claro.
el hecho de que podamos ver a Darkseid. Del resto, simplemente lo que vemos es un cambio en la paleta de colores y ver más cosas de Cyborg. Pues habrá que ver esto, en qué influye en la historia o no, pero bueno. En el panel de Zack, que fue más que todo gracias a Zack Snyder por haber sacado esto, ya dio a revelar de que la gran noticia es que para los que no tengan HBO Max van a buscar la forma de que esta llegue en otros formatos para que las demás personas del resto del mundo la puedan disfrutar. ¿Crees, Freddy, que esto hará de que llegue a cine?
Es una opción bastante válida, me parece interesante. La otra opción que puedo hacer es que puedas tener, no sé, una suscripción o alguna forma de cómo pagar para poder verla, pero me parecería una opción interesante en cines. Yo personalmente iría a verla, aunque es un poco larga, pero pues me parece que vale bastante la pena. El metraje adicional que nos quieren mostrar me parece que va a complementar muchísimo más la historia y obviamente el final es muy diferente a lo que se planteó en la película que ya vimos. El final va a cambiar totalmente todo, que me parece que si tiene el alcance suficiente, gusta lo suficiente y la gente quiere más y eso se note, que se note y que los de Warner se den cuenta, lo que hablábamos hace un tiempo, pues esto daría espacio para que se cree un multiverso, que ya se ha venido hablando del tema, que sacan una película de Batman que no pertenece a un canon, sacan un Joker que tampoco pertenece a ninguna línea de tiempo específica, entonces me parece que es la oportunidad perfecta para hacer un multiverso. Ahí el problema son los fans nuevos, que no sé qué tanto se enreden con el tema del multiverso cuando lleguen a todo este tema de lo que está haciendo DC y lo que planea hacer.
Bueno, no sé hasta qué punto por el hecho de que recordemos que esto del multiverse ya está siendo planteado gracias a lo que fue Crisis en Tierras Infinitas, a todo el trabajo que ha hecho, digamos, CW, con los personajes de DC, que eso es algo que uno sencillamente debe, digamos, como aplaudir, ¿no? Esa gran iniciativa que tuvieron ellos de recrear esto y presentar a los otros multiversos con esos cameos tan sensacionales que incluyó al Sam Miller al final, digamos, en uno de los últimos capítulos de esta saga. Lo
A mí
que
personalmente
sí,
no me gustan mucho las
por
series. Las
ejemplo,
series
sí tengo que
personalmente no me
decir
gustan
que
mucho.
hasta ahora me ha gustado mucho el cambio que han hecho, por ejemplo, con Escuadrón Suicida. Miraste esa visión, por ejemplo, como un director visionario pudo generar un rediseño de los personajes que incluso amé esa Harley Quinn que vi ahora. No esa Harley
Sí, porque
Quinn
se parece más al de
con
los cómics. O sea,
uniformes
el
de
traje me
colores
gustó
de...
muchísimo.
¿Cómo, perdón?
El traje, por lo menos a mí de Harley me gustó muchísimo. El
A mí
enfoque
me
que le
encantó
queda a
muchísimo, es
James
que a
Gunn,
eso iba,
buenísimo.
porque a mí me disgustaba muchísimo ver el traje estilo arco iris, sí, no, acá ya es un traje más aproximado a lo que es la saga original de los cómics. Los diseños de personajes me parecieron geniales.
Sí, la verdad me parece muy bacano que hayan metido más personajes. Son personajes muy clásicos, muy antiguos. Son personajes que pertenecen a las sagas de los años 70, 80 aproximadamente. Entonces me parece bastante interesante esa perspectiva que le quiere dar el director. Además de que me parece increíble la confianza que DC Comics le tuvo al decirle que hiciera la película que quisiera, el catálogo completo que tenía DC para poder realizar. Entonces me parece y bastante arriesgado volver a hacer otra película otra vez de algo que ya se hizo y que fue un fracaso. Me parece un poco arriesgado, pero me parece que el tono y el giro que le dio a la película creo que va a ser muchísimo mejor. Es más, pues lo que hizo con Guardianes de la Galaxia fue genial, coger personajes que nadie conocía y que ahora sean el top de favoritos de muchas personas que ni idea que tenían, no tenían ni idea de los personajes. También me parece excelente y creo que va a ser algo muy bueno con el Escuadrón Suicida. De por sí se va a complementar mucho con el videojuego que va a salir también, que acabaron que anunciaron y que pues se esperan noticias ahorita en la transmisión.
Sabes que, por ejemplo, me pareció, no sé, como rara esa situación. No disfruté mucho el panel de Zack Snyder, disfruté el de James Gunn, pero digamos, el hecho de que se haya filtrado el tráiler de Liga de la Justicia, al igual que se filtró la noticia de Batman como Ben Affleck como Batman, perdón, no sé por qué, ahorita se me vino a la mente, dije miércoles 2, no sé si es que Zack Snyder esté filtrando todo, porque es decir, en este panel, si no en el de Flash, debieron soltar la noticia de Batman y debieron soltar el tráiler, pero el tráiler, por ejemplo, de Liga de la Justicia ya estaba publicado hace varias horas y ya toda la gente cuando vio el panel de Zack Snyder era, bueno, suelta información ya nueva porque es decir, el hecho que tenga ahí a los fans diciéndole, ay, gracias por esto y lo único que no sé si hay un problema de traducción o no, cuando él llegue y habla de que ahora la, digamos, el corte final va a durar 4 horas, que va a estar
Sí,
dividido en
4
una
horas de
parte
lo que sea la traducción.
4 horas. Entonces, por ejemplo, ya son noticias que la gente ya está pidiendo, obviamente, que se empiecen a cristalizar. Del resto, por ejemplo, ¿viste el panel con Dwayne Johnson? Black
Sí,
Adam.
no,
¿Qué te
no,
pareció?
brutal. El anuncio de la Sociedad Justicia de América ya me dejó con un hype por los cielos, man. Personalmente me parece que ese equipo de héroes es muy bacano. No sé si saldrán más personajes, tendrán sorpresas ahí con el tema, pero ya solo con
Con el hecho de tener ya ese equipo ahí, me parece a mí fenomenal.
ver
Me
al
parece a mí
personaje
que
es bacano.
exactamente, o sea, realmente creo que esa fue una de los mejores paneles. Al igual que Dwayne Johnson como tal, él genera, digamos, ese hype por sí solo. Es un actor que como sea convoca y el hecho de que él ya esté aquí planteando de que Black Adam va a ser ese antihéroe, ¿cierto? O sea, vamos a ver ese matiz de lo que nos van a presentar y recordemos que esa película es solamente de él. Ahí Shazam no va a participar, no sabemos si va a tener algún tipo de cameo, pero me encanta que DC en estos momentos esté apuntándole a esas cosas, ¿no? Los multiversos y a esos personajes de antaño emblemáticos que mucha gente casi no los identifica. Mucha gente asocia a DC con Batman, con Superman, Mujer Maravilla, pero no los asocia con Doctor Destino, no los asocia con Stargirl personajes que incluso ahora CW los ha estado presentando poco a poco, porque recuerda que esa Liga de Justicia salió justamente en Smallville. ¿Te acordás de ese capítulo?
Sí, pero no sé, los personajes, las adaptaciones de Smallville, algunas no me gustaron. Pero me
Sí,
parece
no,
chévere que los fueran presentado igual, para que la gente los
pero es
conociera.
que eso, pero por lo menos eso, o sea, los van introduciendo, ¿sí? Porque antes estos personajes eran muy relegados, es decir, son personajes por los cuales no se apostaba, digamos, en cierta forma, pero, digamos, me encanta que en estos momentos los están trayendo. Para la gente que nos está viendo en estos momentos, no se preocupen que en estos momentos hay un panel de CNN que exclusivamente pidió estar aquí para hablar un poco de ese trabajo que ellos vienen realizando. Los héroes de la vida real, le han llamado a este panel, entonces por eso nos hemos extendido un poco más aquí con nuestro amigo, Freddy, sino que acá también estamos pendientes también de otros panelistas que van a estar circulando a lo largo de lo que vaya siendo esto. El panel ahorita que más nos queda por esperar es el de Batman. Ya por ahí filtraron algunas
Sí.
imágenes. ¿Qué te parecieron de momento? No se puede decir mucho, pero
Sí, pues no se puede decir mucho todavía. O sea, personalmente muchas personas están quejándose de Robert Pattinson como Batman. Lo mismo pasó con Christian Bale, lo mismo pasó con
Michael
se me
Keaton.
fue la palabra, Michael Keaton. Entonces, siempre es un precedente que la gente se queje porque no es su actor favorito. El tipo es muy buen actor, de eso no se puede negar, pero lo que no me gusta es que no quiso entrenarse físicamente para ser un Batman más acuerpado, más apegado a los cómics. Eso me chocó un poco, pero pues finalmente no sé si nos van a mostrar la versión de Batman cuando estaba empezando, que de pronto tal vez no tenía ese físico corpulento que hasta ahora estaba iniciando su carrera como vigilante, que eso es bastante interesante.
sí.
Pero pues sí, esperemos a ver qué nos da el tipo. Pues igual el director es muy buen escritor, el tipo es buen actor, pues, y el reparto que tiene también me parece que tiene buenos actores, actores interesantes. Entonces puede salir algo muy bueno. Pero pues nada, nos queda esperar a ver. Finalmente, pues Batman me parece un personaje interesante, no es mi personaje favorito en DC Comics. Pues todos estábamos esperando el que iba a pasar con Henry Cavill, pero pues no han anunciado nada todavía oficialmente, pues a ver qué va a pasar y qué nos van a decir. Que es lo que pues por lo menos yo como fan de Superman espero también. Poder volver a ver a Henry Cavill en una película, ojalá en una Superman 2, sería espectacular.
Es que eso es lo que estamos esperando todos en estos momentos, un Superman 2, pero el problema ha sido que de momento Warner, DC han sido reacias en retomar este proyecto. Creo que todo está a la espera de ver cómo funciona Flash, de cómo funciona Liga de la Justicia, porque realmente si van a anunciar una secuela de Superman tiene que ser en esto, o sea, no pueden dejar esa noticia por ahí pues, suelta. ¿Sabes qué me ha faltado hasta ahora? Lo que estoy viendo es que no existió un panel de Joker, de la película que mejor le ha ido en taquilla a un personaje de DC, la que mejor recepción de la crítica tuvo, la que incluso se llevó 2 premios Oscar más para la casa de DC, y vi que esto lo han relegado. Y no sé si lo has visto tú en la programación, pero hasta
Pues
ahora
había
ya,
una presentación muy pequeña del Joker en donde hablaron un poco del
pero del
personaje como tal
documental.
y de los actores que lo han interpretado. Sí, bueno, es una parte del documental, fue realmente lo único que vi, pero sí me parece que también faltó algo del Joker porque pues esa película, ese personaje se merece un espacio en este especial. Algo que también me parece que le faltó, que pues obviamente el evento central era todo el tema de las películas. Me parece que también les faltó anunciar algo más como en cómics o algo así, pero no. Me pareció bacano los videojuegos. Me gustó mucho el videojuego
Sí,
que van a
sí.
lanzar de, de, de Gotham
Caballeros de...
Knights. Me parece brutal, o sea, el aspecto se ve muy bien. Entonces, esperar el del Escuadrón Suicida, según lo que había leído antes de empezar la transmisión del DC Fandom, también me subió bastante las expectativas porque parece que va a estar basado en un videojuego de la Liga de la Justicia contra el Escuadrón Suicida. Se ve bastante bien, es de los mismos productores de la saga de Arkham, de Injustice, entonces me parece que promete bastante. Otro juego que también estamos esperando era algo de Superman, que me parecería muy bueno que sacaran algo. de ese mismo estudio que nos ofreciera algo de Superman, me parecería espectacular. Pero pues nada, se viene dando como rumor desde hace tiempo, pero aún no se oficializa nada.
Bueno, esperemos a ver qué pasa. Igual en la temática de gamer, digamos, DC siempre le ha ido muy bien. El videojuego incluso de Injustice, con la película como tal, constituida para este juego, fue fenomenal. Y lo que ha sido toda la saga de Arkham. Entonces, realmente sabemos que por ahí los fans deben estar más confiados, digamos. Siempre el talón de Aquiles ha sido la parte de películas, pero vamos a ver qué ocurre. Bueno, ya saben que va a haber un documental sobre Joker que va a estar disponible en Apple Store. Esperemos que pronto lo podamos ver, aunque veo que recoge muchas de las entrevistas que ya las hemos visto en otros documentales. Sí, la intervención de Mark Hamill, la intervención de Jack Nicholson que nos muestran ahí, son situaciones que ya las hemos visto en otros documentales. Esperemos pues que esto ofrezca algo nuevo, aparte de lo que ha sido la intervención de Joaquín Phoenix, que esa también ya uno la vio, digamos, en los archivos que uno puede encontrar en internet en el canal de Warner. Pero bueno, hasta el momento pues ha sido un DC Fandom pues que ha traído muy gratas noticias. Ya vimos bastante el avance de lo que fue la nueva temporada de Flash. También vimos un panel dedicado a la diversidad, en especial en el tema de las mujeres afrodescendientes dentro de lo que ha sido las adaptaciones de DC, en especial sobre todo ahora que viene esta actriz a retomar, digamos, lo que es Batwoman, después de que Ruby Rose dijera no va más con el personaje. Y en estos momentos también estamos muy pendientes de los nuevos anuncios que supuestamente harían durante este primer día. ¿Cómo has visto el esquema de esta DC Fandom Ready hasta el momento? Ya que casi 4 horas que llevan de transmisión. Freddy, Freddy, ¿me escuchas? Freddy, Freddy, no me escuchas.
Obviamente, pues no sé, lo hacen ver a uno.
Freddy, se nos está perdiendo tu conexión por allá. Bueno, ojalá a ver si Freddy puede volver a conectarse. A ver. Freddy. Ok. Bueno, esto es lo que ha sido de momento la gran DC Fandom. En estos momentos va a arrancar precisamente el panel de Titans. Recuerden que ya Titans tiene 2 temporadas en estos momentos alojadas en el canal de Netflix. Viejo Freddy. Hola. Freddy. Freddy. Ok, bueno, un saludo muy especial a las personas que nos están viendo en estos momentos, también a los compañeros de Star Wars Shield. Y bueno, en estos momentos nos vamos entonces, los dejamos para darle paso al panel de Titans para que ustedes lo puedan ver aquí en la 6C Pasto.
Please don't kill me.
Where's your phone?
This is 911. What's your emergency?
There's a meth lab at 2751 Hollister Lane. It's being run by
3 complete dip.
3 complete dip. So, you better have someone come down and arrest us. Thank you for your time.
Your mother would be very proud. I have to give it up to Orphe. My stunt double really does all the work when it comes to having to navigate those wings, because the weight of them just takes you. So you really have to learn how to move with them when you're throwing yourself around. It's a fun challenge.
The first fan clip that everyone kind of like came to was Donna breaking out the lasso for the first time.
I love the Corey and Donna friendship. It was something I remember reading about when I started doing some research. And so when I read that like they start off kind of rocky, I wasn't even mad at it because I knew that it would turn into this great friendship. And we kind of got a taste of that in season 2. So I kind of love that their friendship grew from this initial moment.
Don't all great friendships start out with a lasso around the neck? And
A little bit, yeah. Don't they all start off with like really kick-ass women?
Yeah.
Really?
Can resist.
All right, let's look at clip 2 from episode 6, Jason Todd.
I think that scene describes it perfectly. The brother-stepbrother relationship, you know, and the build between them over the season. And season 2 even showed more. So I think that was probably the best scene that shows the relationship for sure.
I think that Dick is, you know, he's annoyed by that and he's frustrated by this kid, but essentially takes on the role of mentor and tries to inspire him, you know, to believe in the same things that he does and to fight crime in the way that Dick is learning to fight crime. And ultimately he fails in connecting with him. And that scene at the end of season 2 on the rooftop is kind of an example of Dick putting aside his problems and offering to open up that channel and you know, and kind of put it on the table as, you know, I'll help you and be a mentor.
They need your leadership, Jason. You need to set the tone. I'm not Robin anymore. You are.
The next clip is quintessential Jason.
All we know is that whatever.
What's hard about these scenes for me, especially, I always love when it's Kurt and I, because he's in real life the most infectious, vivacious, effervescent soul I've ever met. You know, just so always fun to be around. Just, you know, doesn't have to be talking. You're like,
same with you, Alan.
Your review, you know. And so, you know, it's always been the one like putting the lid on it. You know, the scenes is actually tough.
This next clip is the scene with Crypto and Connor with the Luther strike team.
I mean, let's be real. Like, Crypto is the MVP of that scene and probably of the episode. So whenever you're in a scene with him, like, nothing can go wrong, man.
Okay, and then the last clip that we have is from episode 5 Together.
Gets cooked up for our duality, I would say, especially like with Corey being of the same, I guess, blood or whatever we have on our planet, and but with different ability. So I think it's gonna.
Sorry, guys. So because they showed clips that are like copyrighted, video and audio, YouTube decides to block my stream temporarily. So I really apologize. I don't know. I guess like I'm not technically allowed, I guess, to stream it, but here I am back again. So enjoy.
Villain, you know, if you've watched the show, you know that Jason Todd's had a rough run, and he had a falling out with the Titans, and it didn't end well. And even the Titans, as they kind of reunited as a team, were absent one member at the end who rode away on a motorcycle and had a fallout. And you know, there's that African proverb, if something along the lines, you know, the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. And that child comes back in the form of Red Hood.
Wow.
All right. Wow. All right, Karen, how do you feel about that?
All right.
Yeah, I'm very excited, obviously, and I feel some pressure, but I'm ready to take it on 100%. So and I'm very excited. I've been wanting this for a while now. So
You know, the big change is our team goes to Gotham, and there's a whole new set of challenges that lie and wait for us in Gotham.
Gotham is filled with iconic characters. Who can you tell us that we might meet along the way?
Oh, well, you know, we've got a big one coming up in Dr. Jonathan Crane, also known as Scarecrow.
Yeah.
And we have another, you know, classic character in the canon named Barbara Gordon, Commissioner Barbara Gordon. We've got two, you know, of the second gen coming up. There was originally Batman and Jim Gordon, and now we have Nightwing and Barbara Gordon trying to kind of deal with the mistakes of their parents, and it turns out a lot more difficult than anybody thought.
Cannot wait to see what comes up in season 3. I want to thank you all and congratulations on an awesome run so far. Thank you
so much.
Over to you, Jaden.
Thank you, Gabby. It's great to be back with everyone. As your resident Aussie, I had to come back and talk about when director James Wan went down under. Then, even further underwater with Jason Momoa and the brilliant cast. 4 years later, in 2022, you can expect to see the sequel, giving a whole new meaning to Long Time No See. But of course, here at the DC Fandom, you won't have to wait another minute to wet your whistle. So let's dive into Aquaman with James Wan and King Ohm himself, Patrick Wilson, here to chat about some of their best memories from set.
Well, hello there, Patrick Wilson. Hello. Is that James? That is James Wan. How are you, dude? You look good.
Okay. Do I look like I'm on this Statue Enterprise?
Yeah. Wait, should I get a fancy chair? You look ridiculous.
No, you're good. Aquaman is, what is that, Patrick? Is that the 5th film that we've collaborated together? Well, yeah, Insidious 1 and 2, Conjuring 1 and 2. And yeah, it is the 5th one. Seems like. So let me ask you, Patrick, how did you first heard about this particular project, Aquaman?
I believe we were on the set of Conjuring 2.
Yes.
And you said that you had, I don't think you weren't really signed on yet, but you knew you were going to do this project, right?
Right.
And I think you kind of floated it out there about Ocean Master, right? Or maybe it was through a text, and then we spoke the next day or something. Let me ask you, when did you think that I would be right for Aquaman?
The moment I decided I was going to do it.
Really?
Yeah,
that's
very
awesome.
early on. I'm like, we know that Momoa was already on board, and I felt like the only other guy that could go up against Jason that at least to the level that I need him to step up to was yourself. So I floated the idea with Warner Brothers, with DC, and they could.
They're like, no.
But wait, no, they were very supportive from day one. So from the get-go, knowing who was going to play Aquaman and kind of knowing Jason a bit more and getting to know his personality, I felt that that part of the reason why I wanted to come to you was the fact that you guys are kind of different in a lot of ways. I don't mean physically. And so I felt that going into it, that it was the right thing to do, getting someone that was a little bit different to who he is. So that way it helps to add to the idea that, here Arthur Curry is an outsider to the wall of Atlantis, that Orm has kind of shaped it in his sort of, in his look, with his sort of mentality, and kind of, and vice versa as well, how Atlantis has shaped, Orm in a lot of ways. And so, definitely, like in the same way I would write Arthur Curry to Jason's strength, I tried to write, Orm/Ocean Master to Patrick Wilson. Patrick, let me ask you, speaking of comfortable, how comfortable was it to physically embody Ocean Master?
As soon as you look at Ocean Master in the comics, I mean, He's just jacked. I knew that I wanted to push myself because I'd never done that. What we didn't know, and this will be interesting next time going through, is what the elephant in the room of being in a harness. Like, unless you're in a harness, you can't practice for that. Just doing that, being inverted, and then holding yourself in like that plank, and then trying to act like it's nothing and it's totally fine. I'll be, just doing more sort of core exercises to get ready for that. So if I get out of jail. And if I can swim. If they're swimming. Is there swimming?
If they're swimming, yeah.
I'm curious to know what changed, right? That's sort of part 2 of the question, is what will be different about what you expected from shooting in these harnesses to what it actually ended up being. But could you visualize what these harnesses and what they would do and how they would help you?
Nothing in the underwater world was easy. One of my favorite, and it was a very simple sort of device that we sort of discovered that we use on Dolph Lundgren.
Yes.
Was that we realized that we didn't actually have to hang him on any wire. No. We literally just create a what do you call it, like a seesaw, like
a teeter-totter.
Teeter-totter, right?
Yes.
That he would actually just stand on, and then we've like a couple of stunt guys to the side. We just sort of jack him up, but we'll do it in such a way that it looks fluid. So it looks like he's just sort of floating in space. Yeah, it actually worked out really well. And
it was Dolph Lundgren on a teeter-totter, which is, how do you beat that?
So believe me, I've learned a lot, and I know what to do in the next one. How did it help you, Patrick? Would you say? Would you say the virtual sort of filmmaking process allow you, ways to do things?
Well, I mean, seeing the previs was super important because you want to know, as you're sitting on top of a weird, like, blue oil drum, like, what am I writing? And you show a picture of a tylosaur,
You're referring to the tylosaur that's swimming up to you, that you then jump onto it to ride it out of the scene.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Then it was different than what I expected. I loved the weirdness of it. I did. I love being in this weird space where there's really nothing. It felt like a black box theater where there is nothing, and you just have to make up everything. That's why we get into this business in the first place.
Right.
And so I'm totally, it makes you concentrate on those relationships. Me and Willem are like, okay, what do you want from this scene? What do I want from this scene?
That's so cool.
Do you find yourself more attracted to work that's like, whoa, this is going to be big and flashy? Or it's like, you know what? I want to be even in this genre, as real, as convincing as possible.
One of the things I love the most about making this movie is sharing this character that's never been done before, and this world that's never been done before, and seeing the the big screen depiction of this character and treat them to a visual world that they're not familiar with. It's just so cool to just sort of watch them watch the movie in sort of wide-eyed awe, and we're very thankful for how well the film was received by all the fans out there. And I'm excited to continue the journeys of our heroes and anti-heroes, for that matter, and and to continue to expand on the world, with number 2, and ultimately trying to find new things to do that I didn't get around to doing in the first film. That's what I'm always trying to do, find something fresh. And I think the second one is a little bit more, I would say, a little bit more serious, a little bit more relevant in the world that we're living in today. And I think that's kind of where it wants to go. What are you looking forward to, Patrick, about number 2? What would you be excited to see or would like to see?
I'm excited for some new worlds, hopefully. I'm just throwing that out there because I know you love world building. And I'd like to see some of that. I'd like to see where else we can go, because I know you're going to push that ocean. There's a lot of unexplored ocean out there anyway. We only know 5% of the ocean. It's people. So
that is true.
Clearly.
And I can definitely guarantee you new worlds in this next one. And and I think you're going to be very excited with what you as an actor, what you're going to play with Orm.
Am I handcuffed the entire time? It's made of seaweed, right? I can just eat my way through it.
Because we're talking about Aquaman, I feel compelled to remind you to hydrate. So, drink more water, or whatever it is you have in the cooler. We have so much more excitement to come. Get ready for a fan Q&A unlike you have ever seen before. That's right, it's animated Harley Quinn. Here is our delightfully deranged anti-heroine calling it like she sees it.
Hey everyone, what's up? Harley Quinn here, ready to answer some questions from social media. Ready? What would you say is the hardest part of starting your own criminal empire? Probably deciding where to go for lunch. You know, everybody just sits around just like tossing out ideas. Someone says Chipotle and everybody's like, ugh, we had Chipotle like 3 days ago. And then someone says a place that gets everyone excited. And then we call and find out they don't deliver. And then someone says Chipotle again. It's just such a pain in the ass. Next question. Will the series have a 3rd season? Please say yes to me. I need it. I love Harley and the show. I mean, I hope so. It's probably up to some dickhead executive that has a personal trainer who says the word core a lot. In which case, hi, Mr. Executive. Did you know the show is super cheap to make and I play well internationally because I'm hyper violent? Okay, next question. Which TV show would Harley probably love? Well, Robert Espinoza. I don't watch a lot of TV, but I do love the many offerings available on HBO Max. Between the beloved classic TV series offered and the massive Warner Brothers film library, it's crazy not to subscribe. Next question is from Adrian. Do you have any advice on how to get a girlfriend? Oh, Adrian, have you tried jerking off? It's not as good as a girlfriend, but people seem to love it. Next question is from Brant with a D. You spell your name Brant with a D? It's really lame. Okay. Harley, out of Batman's many Robins, which one is your favorite? I guess Red Robin. Takes balls to name yourself after a national chain of burger restaurants. I mean, I like burgers, so let's just go with him. Look, it's not science. Next question. From Sharjeel Mogul. Marry, kill. Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman. Oh, Wonder Woman. Kill the 2 dudes after I torture the shit out of them and make them fight each other until they're referencing their mothers. Marry Ivy. What? This is my fucking Q&A, okay? I don't have to play by the rules. Last? No, not last. Another question from Keegan Sandlin. Would you ever consider opening up a tattoo parlor? The tattoo parlor idea is interesting if I ever wanted to go legit. Or a tattoo removal clinic. You know, my ex had some pretty regrettable tats he paid a lot of money to have lased off. You know what I'm talking about. All right, we got another question from Gaz. No, I'm f***ing serious. That's this person's name. Question. What music would Harley have on a playlist to listen to while fighting a load of goons in a circus funhouse? Oh, usually when I'm in these melee situations, the voices in my head are singing an a cappella version of the theme song to Seinfeld. You know, I stopped putting in my earbuds during these situations because Ivy would always turn Spotify on at home. And while I'm exploding some goon's head, the Indigo Girls, Galileo comes on. It's just really f***s the mood straight to hell. Okay, next question from Mr. Jim Lee.
Hey, Harley, what's it like working with the Batman? I'm a really big Batman fan myself, and I don't think people talk about him enough.
Batman is a pain in my ass, okay? He is a total diva, especially for being like, hello, 18th on the call sheet. Plus, his day rate is astronomical. And if you ever say anything about it, he's all, I keep the lights on at Warner Brothers, which is a bullshit because we all know that's still Friends and Big Bang Theory. Did that answer your question? All right, last but not least, we got a question from Ruchi Bhatia. Advice to all the girls on how to be more confident and badass like Harley. First thing you do is take all the and throw them out the window. You don't want those weighing down your confidence. Who gives a what others think of you? Okay, nerds, I've had a ball, but guess what? I gotta go. Bye!
Whoa, Harley, language. I guess we should expect her to keep the censors on their toes, right? Now, let's welcome these 3 ladies I'm confident who will keep it clean and classy. With the upcoming release of Wonder Woman 1984, they and we have reason to celebrate. I'll let these wonderful women do the honors. Patty, Gal, Linda, it's all you.
Hi, everybody. Well, there's one more exciting detail that we're so thrilled to be here to talk about, which is it turns out next year is Wonder Woman's 80th anniversary. 80th anniversary, if you can believe that. She's been changing the world for 80 years. So there's two people who you cannot have this celebration without. Our current Wonder Woman, the one and only Gal Gadot, the best, and the legend, the inspiration, and the reason that we're all here, the person who brought Wonder Woman alive in our hearts and minds and set the world on fire, Linda Carter. Yay! And to be with you guys, what a special moment. 80 years, isn't that amazing?
Unbelievable, amazing. And it's crazy to think that only, three years ago, the first feature Wonder Woman was released. It's insane.
Crazy. It's crazy that it would take so long.
I know why. Find the right one. Yeah.
I was going to say it's because
I had very big shoes to fill.
Linda's very hard to replace and to be the new Wonder Woman, but there couldn't be two. It's funny how there couldn't be two more real Wonder Women in the world to play that role, and it's unbelievably unusual for both of you to be so magical playing this role. So I'm so happy to be here with you because this character has meant so much to me since the first day I ever heard about her. And like you guys have brought it to life for so many. And I'm so excited. Like next year, there's going to be a whole slew of things that DC Comics is doing and that Warner Brothers is doing to celebrate Wonder Woman's 80th anniversary.
Yeah, Wonder Woman inspires us, and our collective love for this character has endured for 80 years.
You know, Gal and Patty, we are so excited. You know, she has endured. Now she has endured for 80 years, and there's a reason. You have given her a new life, you and Patty. And when we put her during my era on television, she resounded, and there's a reason she resounds. And we are about to give you a first look at the official Wonder Woman 80th anniversary logo. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen it yet, but I can't wait to check it out.
Right? Let's see it.
Happy birthday, Wonder Woman. You don't look a day over 29. Also, there's a few more 80th birthdays to celebrate this year, including Joker, Flash, and Catwoman, to name a few. Happy birthday. Here's to another 80. Now, over to you, Gino.
Hello, my fellow DC fans. My name is Gino Killiamore. I'm from the Philippines. Now, I'm not just one of your global hosts for today. I'm actually also a mega DC fan 365 days a year. So I just really wanted to take this time to say thank you to Warner Brothers and, of course, to DC for creating DC Fandom. It gave us something to look forward to this entire year, and now we're finally here. Now, one of the creative geniuses behind this incredibly cool experience that brings us together today is he's kind of on my high of all-time cool people, but he's also on the list of really cool people in entertainment because he makes it his mission to include Asian talent from around the globe in the DC community of artists, writers, and a whole lot more. And just a little bit of trivia, everything that you see around you was actually created by him as well. So I can actually say it, I'm standing on a Jim Lee creation. Now, Jim Lee, as you know, is a world-renowned comic artist, as well as a writer, editor, and the chief creative officer and the publisher of DC. And everything that you see around me, once again, is a Jim Lee creation. Now, let's drop in on a conversation that he's having with the founder of Gold House. Now, Gold House, if you don't know what that is, well, you're about to find out.
Hi, I'm Bing Chen. I'm part of Gold House. We're the largest collective of top Asian cultural leaders in the country, dedicated to ensuring the accurate representation and success of both the Asian as well as multicultural communities. It is such a spoiling treat to be able to interview one of the foremost Asian godfathers, as well as godfathers of comic books, storytelling, and art around the world. And that is, of course, the mighty Jim Lee. Jim, thank you so much for letting us speak with you today.
Hey, good to see you again, Bing.
Likewise, sir. I'll get right to it because I know how busy you are with the incredible DC fandom that you helped engineer. And this will sound sycophantic, but you really are a legend. I mean, you've literally invented superheroes. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you still have the Guinness World Record for the best-selling comic book of all time.
Yeah, and it's like 8 million copies of a comic I did decades ago. But yeah, it's still standing today. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm curious, given you've seen so much because you've built so much, what's different about superheroes today from when you first started?
So much is different. I mean, I've been in the business for over 3 decades now. So I've seen quite an evolution, not just in terms of the type of storytelling, but the creative community, the people that tell the stories. Our fan base is much more balanced out than it used to be. Back when I started, it was probably about 90% male, 10% female. The pantheon of characters, predominantly white, living or operating out of New York City or cities like Gotham, Metropolis. And what you're seeing today is that we are in a global business. I mean, through the power of media, film, TV, games, our content, our characters are global. We have fans all over the world now. Like on my Instagram following, the third biggest country of followers is Brazil. And
amazing.
We publish in Brazil, but not like a ton of content. And that just like it speaks to their passion, their love for our characters. They know our mythology inside and out. So you just start realizing that it's not just about North America or our core publishing business. It's everyone around the world. That's the potential market and the reach. And so it's really exciting to have seen the evolution of this business move from something that was really kind of small and insular to something that really has kind of taken over pop culture, really. Everyone on the streets wearing the t-shirts. Back then, if you wore the t-shirt, you might get beat up. Exactly. But now today, it's like, it's a badge of your fandom, right? It's like what you love, and it's no big deal. In fact, it's kind of cool, which is amazing. I feel like we live in an alternate reality sometimes.
I mean, it's so easy to say in hindsight because you've done it, but you mentioned diversity in race and gender and geography and so forth, and the DC multiverse is certainly known widely for so many of these firsts. I mean, you have this insanely interwoven multiverse on the CW. You're the first studio to win Best Actor at the Oscars for a superhero and Joker, or really a villain, I should say, a super villain. I mean, I could go on and on and on. I hate to ask it this way, but how do you decide which of these risks to take, given you were the first and are the first in so many? And what can we expect to see next from the DC multiverse?
I don't think we view it as a risk. I don't think there's a fear. I mean, I think there was probably an old school thinking, like, for example, like a female lead can't carry a movie, right? A lot of these sort of old school ideas of what worked or what the audience wanted or didn't want. And in many ways, it's been transformed, by the fact that it's become more global, that the audience has changed. And I think also data, right? Data is really interesting now because we actually have now direct consumer insights as to what they want and what they're looking for. And what they're looking for is representation. They're looking for content that reflects the world they live in. They want to see themselves represented on the screen in the pages of the comic books. And that is something that I'll just speak to my own fandom. I've been around for a long time. That's not even an expectation I had as a kid, right? You just wanted to see something that entertained you. And now there's a lot more fan engagement. There's a more direct connection between the content makers and the audience themselves. And you see that manifested in so many different ways, sometimes negatively, but predominantly, I think it's really healthy and interesting, and it's transforming the business. So it's not about taking risks. It's about feeding the appetite, the desires of so many people want to see characters. And now you're seeing people want, can you make a deaf character? Can you make a character from my home country? How do you tell these stories authentically? And that means working with new voices, new talent are from around the world. So to me, it's not about risk, it's about opportunity. And so it's really a golden era for content makers and definitely the world that we live in. We need to create more diverse characters. We need to create more inclusivity in our line. And I've seen that gradually change, but it's really accelerated in the past probably 5 to 10 years. And the demand is is even more than ever before. And so I think it's a real responsibility on our shoulders to address this concern, to address this appetite. And it's an exciting time to be a comic book creator.
Something I really admire about DC is how you remember the diversity is not just one-dimensional. It's not just a matter of race or gender or geography, but all the above. I mean, you also had the first transgender superhero on Supergirl with Nicole Maines, of course, right?
Yeah,
and so it's really everyone being present. So much of this diversity, of course, begins on the page. Comics are not just some frivolous, fantastic world that we don't identify with. They're a new mythology. And I've often thought about this of how, we look to Grecian mythology and so forth, but it's been a while outside of comic books since we've had a real mythos that we could believe in and show us what we can do better. How do you think about taking a comic book and making it canon? Like, how does it become a real mythos for people? Because you've done this through characters.
Yeah. No, it's a really interesting process. When you get into comics, you're a fan, and you don't think necessarily about the underpinnings, the concepts, and the themes that are kind of that are connecting you to the material, right? You're just reading the story and you think it's entertainment. But a lot of times these stories are driven by, characters that are underdogs, characters that have horrible, tragic things happen to them, like Batman. They have to overcome all odds and strive to be the best, to overcome their own personal demons. And to me, that's something that connects all of us, right? It's a universal thing, this need to overcome adversity. And how do we face adversity? And how do we turn adversity into something that's positive in our lives? So in my mind, it's more than just entertainment. And that's what keeps this stuff compelling. It keeps it around for 80 years. We've been publishing stories for 85 years. Batman's been around for 81 years. And we're excited to introduce the next version of Batman that speaks to a whole new audience that will last another 80 years. So this is our mission. And this is something that we don't take lightly. And at the same time, it's a lot of fun to do at the same time, right? So it's a really, really cool way to kind of be creative, share stories about, coming of age, of dealing with personal responsibility, introducing young people to these themes, and then seeing these ideas kind of become cool video games or TV shows or movies. I mean, it's icing on the cake.
Yeah, I mean, the DC multiverse, as you just alluded to, you've got publishing, you've got games, you've got collectibles, you've got TV, you've got film, and everyone and their mother across Hollywood wants that next great franchise like the multiverse that you've built. What can you tease about how you think about the evolution of the DC multiverse? We know it's inclusive, but what are the other things you can tease of its evolution?
I think we're in early days of it. I mean, the multiverse is something that DC popularized. If you think about fiction in general, DC did it first back in 1961. Kind of introduced this idea that there are alternate versions of everyone and all the superheroes on alternate Earths, and they're all slightly different. And that basically opens up the pantheon, the storytelling, to all sorts of incredible ideas. And now you can explore different themes in different ways. It's really about taking the road not taken and being able to kind of have your cake and eat it too, and just have Earth 3 where all the the Justice League are villains and the only hero is Luthor, and kind of exploring that dynamic. And it's a great foil to the core characters and knowing who they are. So it gives our creators tremendous freedom to tell their stories, and also allows us to introduce diversity and inclusivity through the multiverse, right? Earth 23 there's a black Superman, and Calvin Ellis. And so what kind of world does that look like? And how is that different from our Earth with Superman in it, with Clark Kent? And so these are great stories to be able to tell. And it's just really about broadening the experience and giving our creators the amazing tools to tell whatever story they want to.
What's the most exciting set of developments for you in comic books right now?
Right now in publishing, we launched a young adult, young reader program just last April. I mean, we've worked on it for years prior, but this is a huge opportunity for us. It's one of the fastest growing segments in the book audience. And it's a predominantly different audience than who buy, our core comic book line. It's more female, it's definitely younger, and they want to see the heroes reflected in different ways that speak to them, the issues that they're facing, coming of age type stories. We kind of lost sight of the 8 to 10-year-old readers. And now we're actually addressing that and creating content for them again. And that's very exciting for us, because you need that young generation to keep feeding sort of this broad spectrum of readers that you have. And so that's been a really exciting initiative for us. Beyond the Young Reader program, we also shared in a previous panel during Fandom that we have acclaimed legendary writer John Ridley coming on board. John Ridley won an Oscar. He is a huge comic book fan, and he's actually going to come on board in 2021 in January and do a 4-part miniseries introducing a new Black Batman. And the question is, who is this Batman? And there's a cool backstory to it, has deep implications and impact on the future of the mythology. It is really an interesting take that's driven by his own personal relationship with his 2 sons. It is a really, really cool story. And we're excited to kind of show that anyone can kind of be Batman. And that's kind of part of the story is like, we know who these heroes are and we know what their core values, what they stand for. And if you think about it that way, we can all identify with it. And I think as we drive forward with this mythology, I think we have to look beyond just what has been established and look to other ways of really kind of updating and contemporizing the mythology. And that really is kind of our core mission, is like looking at these assets, and they've been around for a long time. They've been around for 85 years. Well, publishing for 85 years, Batman 81 years. How do we keep this interesting and fresh? And this is the kind of creative work that I love being involved in, and having someone like John who has the creative chops to be able to pull off a story that's really meaningful and is going to impact the rest of the DC universe is something that is going to be huge for us next year.
Yeah, I mean, serious kudos to y'all, though, because as you know, it's a reflection of our times of how do you hold on to some forms of legacy, but how do you be brave and smart and forward-looking enough to reflect today as well? And it's sometimes harder than it seems to balance the two. So, no, I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
Last question is cheesy, but we have to ask for those who don't know, who across the pantheon of your multiverse are your favorite superhero and why?
Yeah, when I was a kid growing up, I liked the real oddball characters just because they're so unusual. And certainly when I was like 8 or 10, it's just more whimsical, and it just appeals to, like, you know, if you ever interact with young kids, the things they find funny or interesting are very different than like a teenager or adult, right? And so there's a character called Matter Eater Lad, which I always kind of, you know, he was a substitute. He wasn't even a full superhero. He was a substitute member of the Legion of Superheroes. Occasionally he'd kind of cross over, but his power, as you could tell from, he could eat anything. Matter Eater Lad, that was his power. He came from a planet called Bismol. And his way out of any problem was to eat it, right? If he's in jail, he starts eating the bars. There's a nuclear bomb that's going to go off. He starts eating the components of the bomb. And, you know, as a kid, it's just like, it's ludicrous but funny. And I think it just shows you that anything can be a power if you tell really cool stories. And so that's one of my more, you know, favorite characters from my childhood. And I always like kind of sharing his story because he's not very well known, and someday maybe he'll be on the big screen. And let me tell you, that is really a skill set in and of itself. You know, you look at James Gunn, and he's doing Suicide Squad. He went deep into the DC catalog of characters, and he pulled out some tertiary, and I don't even know what's beyond, like, below tertiary. He took some
quaternary,
yeah, deep cuts into the DC catalog and pulled out these obscure characters of random powers, but he made them really compelling by giving them cool backstories, cool character arcs. And I think people are going to go like, wow, that's amazing. Who is this character? And that's the beauty of it. It's all in the execution. So think about it. Everyone has their favorite character, and they can all be elevated to, you know, movie star, you know, level, you know, love if given the appropriate attention and the right story.
Right. And especially with their platform. I was also going to say, thank you for sharing your superhero with us. I wish the wonderful people of LA could be on that diet and make everything, just eat everything and make it demolished. But
and then that's the thing. He never like, he doesn't gain weight. He's not skinny. He's able to consume anything. I don't know where it goes. And, you know, that's an interesting story. What is in his digestive system that allows him to yeah, exactly, a lot of fiber. I don't know.
Those are some dirty words for this city. Well, Jim, thank you so much for spending time with us, and congratulations on today and all the insane announcements. Again, like as a nephew, as a fan, it's just such a treat. So thanks so much again for spending the time.
All right, thank you, Big. That was a tremendous pleasure. Thank you.
This was an amazing, very cool, unique experience. I actually worked off of a lot of the creativity of other people within DC and Warner Brothers who basically came up with the overall map for DC fandom, right? The center Hall of Heroes island, and then the 5 different islands that kind of float around it. I saw that there were 3 statues of Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, and then this giant kind of auditorium behind it. So first I sat down and I drew the Trinity. For the overall Hall of Heroes space, I was really inspired by the Justice League Watchtower, the satellite that the Justice League operate out of. It looks futuristic, but also very organic. So that kind of inspired in my head, what if we made this real? What if we made it a 3D model asset? And then we could kind of rotate the camera around and enter through the windows and do all sorts of crazy things. We started with the concept designs done in pencil, to inks, and then to color. Al Sinclair, who's my trusted colorist, gave it a really cool silver and gold palette. When we started seeing the initial 3D assets come over, I was completely blown away. The actual floor of the hall is like one giant canvas. It was really flattering and really cool to see the art blown up in this gigantic scale behind the host. We knew that we wanted to have a space that was not confined by our imagination. We wanted to run amok with these crazy ideas, point to walls and spaces and things which should materialize and appear out of nowhere, and give us the ability to throw to different hosts or to different scenes or different panels at a whim, to make every element within this space active and alive. We were able to literally beam in hosts from all around the world, and we could place them in this virtual space. We could customize every facet of the production and put the art anywhere and everywhere we wanted it to be. And that's really kind of the fun of what you do as a comic book artist. You're creating an immersive world on a 2D piece of paper. This time it was kind of brought to life in really a unique, one-of-a-kind virtual space where anything and everything is possible.
It's time to go back to you guys, the fans, for more questions. Now, this fan might look familiar to some of you guys.
Hey, it's Jake from State Farm here. The Amazons really inspire me, so I just decided to train myself to be a warrior. Do you have any tips?
Yeah, well, you definitely need strength and drive and discipline and coordination, kindness and courage. That's a starting list.
Oh, check. Yeah. And if I want to try to compete in the Amazon games, just checking, it's still all Amazons on the Mascara, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen for you. But keep up with the training. You never know.
Okay. Maybe I could just like be there to give a helping hand or some water, maybe a towel, throw a sword if they drop it, maybe. Okay. All right then. Cool.
I'm so excited to share with you guys 24 hours of unprecedented geekdom with everybody here today, and to introduce, of course, the DC Fandom Shazam panel. Now, the 2019 movie was not only groundbreaking as a superhero movie with something for everyone of every age, but it was everything you and I wanted from Shazam and the Shazam League. Now, the star of this movie may be just as big a kid as he is on the inside as the character that he plays, and he's the first to admit it. So if you want to know more about the next movie, all you have to do is say this word: Shazam!
What's up, fam? Welcome to the Shazam 2 panel. I'm Zachary Levi, here to talk about our bonkers awesome sequel and, you know, answer as many of your questions as I can. Listen, you've been getting a lot of hot exclusive content from a bunch of other DC joints, you know, poster reveals and sneak peeks and motion comics and cast announcements, and I'm a little bit kind of limited in what I can talk about, but I can share my excitement and how thrilled I am about Shazam 2, which may or may not be the title. because again, you know, just a little limited in what I can talk about. Let's just get to your questions. I think that's probably let's do that. That's a good idea. Just gonna get to my iPad over here and let's just dive in here. From Nora in Canada. What's up, eh? Will there be a DC cameo in this movie? Nora, that is an awesome question that I unfortunately I don't really have an answer for because again, ever so slightly hamstrung in what I can reveal to you, the fans. Let's look at some other questions. I can't talk about them. Like I said, I don't really have an answer. I can't actually look. Ultimately, as you've probably picked up on, I can't say about. I'm sorry, squat. Can I say?
Please do not.
Squat. Listen, you're smart people, right? I mean, we all know that these panels are just ridiculous clown shows where they trot out a bunch of actors to sell something out of nothing. So the real question is, how am I, Zachary Levi, supposed to fill 6 minutes alone without squat? Well, the answer is, boom! Hey!
Hi. Hey, Faith.
Hi, guys.
Listen, okay, so guys, what is all this?
That is an awesome question. It's a Shazam 2 panel that we're now going to all do together right now.
Okay.
Wait, does that mean I can talk about the secret cameo?
No, you cannot talk about that stuff, Asher Angel.
Well, what about all of the new villains?
Villains, singular, plural. Yeah, who would possibly know, Megan? Because, you know, it's all a mystery. It's all a mystery. Okay, listen, they're very nice giving people at the studio. They won't really let us say much about our movie, but here we are, nonetheless, trying to provide the fans here with some exclusive content.
I can draw a poster for our new movie.
Yeah, that's super cute, Faith. Why don't you knock yourself out?
I'm pretty talented.
You're super talented. Absolutely. I think you're going to do a bang-up job, whatever you do.
Oh, Zach, what is that you're drinking? Is that a Flow Subs protein shake?
As a matter of fact, Jack, it is. Checks in the mail. Yeah, no, thanks for asking. This is the salted vanilla caramel protein.
Oh,
listen. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson gets his tequila. Jason Momoa gets, his water in a can. Look, I'm not trying to get you drunk, and I'm not trying to sell you something you can get out of a pond, okay? I'm trying to improve lives.
Okay, guys. I feel like we've gotten a little bit off topic. So,
I have an idea. Since we can't say anything about, the actual movie, why don't you, the fans out there, tell us what you would want to see in Shazam 2?
A new member should join the Shazam family. Should probably be a unicorn.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, totally. And we should give them rocket packs so they can fly with our characters.
Okay, yeah, that's all usable.
Well, Zach, is there time for us to maybe get CGI'd to the Justice League Snyder cut, possibly? Maybe? No? Yeah.
Ooh, Asher, me likey, thinking way outside the box. I don't know if this is the right time to drop this on y'all, but I've been working on a little kind of Zach cut of my own from our first Shazam movie. I just boosted the energy a bit, brightened up the color palette.
Sorry, you recut my movie?
David Sandberg, our illustrious director. Hi, how are you?
Hey, finish the post.
Hang on a second, somebody's trying to call in here. Maybe that's Adam. Oh, Sinbad.
What it look like, y'all?
It looks like you. Hold on a second. Sinbad, are you in Shazam 2?
Well, you tell me, John Krasinski, am I? Because everybody thought I was in Shazam 1 before it even existed. Google it. I'm number 3 on the Mandela list, all right?
Oh, I'm so confused.
Man, you confused. You try to live in a world where everybody, I mean my family, everybody thinks you started a film called Shazam when it didn't exist.
Wait. Do you mean Kazam?
No. People think I started in that one too. Shazam, Kazam, all the Kazams. I'm relegated to the false memories of a entire generation, man. I'm here right now to rectify that situation once and for all with a big prominent role in Shazam 2. Thank you very much.
I'm not so sure that you can just demand that.
I got range, man. I can play like anything. I can play like good guy, bad guy. I can play Shazam's trainer. And great news, David. I already started working out for the movie. Check this out, man. I'm gonna look so good. I'll even do nude scenes. Little booty, not a lot.
Faith, don't draw that.
Hey guys, sorry.
Adam! What the heck, dude? Where have you been? Things have been getting crazy in here.
I clicked the wrong link. The plot for Kazam 2's, it's crazy, by the way.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm gonna be in that one too.
Oh, isn't bad.
Okay, guys.
Hey, is that the title of our movie? Shazam! Theory of the Gods?
For real?
That's the title?
Yes.
No
No squat. Exclusive content!
Starring Sinbad, finally.
Well, I guess I didn't have much to say. Except the freaking title! Guys, we got the title! Yay! Now, our fans are flying high with some incredible costumes, so let's take a look at some of the best of fan hero cosplay.
That's some good cosplay. So we got a title for Shazam 2. Fury of the Gods, I think they said it was. Now the question is, will Black Adam show up in Shazam 2? Or Superman for that matter? We'll see. But I like the cast of Shazam. Very wholesome. And all the actors did great. The child actors and the adult actors. So it was awesome.
Now, for a special treat, the cast of Wonder Woman 9084 is here to play one of their favorite games from set, Werewolf. Our game today, Werewolf 9084, has a DC twist. At night, scheming villains work to capture unsuspecting civilians. A superhero tries to save the day, and a detective works to discover who the bad guys are. The catch is, our players don't know who has which role, and they have to figure it out before the villains win. Let's see what happens.
Welcome everyone to the first ever game of Werewolf 1984. A wonderful game filled with laughs, deceits, and elimination. Was that a howl? Is that a howl?
I'm trying to get the moral
Get
here.
the feel of it.
Exactly.
So let's jump right into the game. It is a beautiful summer night in the 1980s. We are gathered in the most exquisite museum for an annual gala. Long ballroom gowns, very chic wear. Everyone is enjoying their night with a wonderful glass of champagne, maybe even some rosé, in their hands, and some tab colas for those driving. It's glamorous, dreamy, music is playing.
Is that
Everyone is
Fiona
having an
from
amazing time.
Achievement Hunter?
However, unbeknownst
Rooster
to the
Teeth?
guests, there are some villains who plan to capture some of you. So everyone, please close your eyes and let the night begin.
Okay, no more commentary, sorry.
Everyone, please wake up. So, the party.
This is fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. The party did get sour. The villains, unfortunately, have been able to capture Pedro. And the superhero was not able to save Pedro in time.
Oh.
So
I'm out already?
You're out already, and you're the first one. You were so excited about the game.
So typical. I'm so afraid I was gonna win.
You're done.
All right, bye.
Oh man. You guys should deliberate between each other. I'm gonna give you like 2 or 3 minutes.
I know who one of the villains is. It's Chris.
Okay.
No. Yes.
Chris.
You got me.
It's Chris.
Why do you
Because
think
Chris,
I love you're really good at defending yourself, Chris. You're going to be really good in
something
court.
in the middle because he had his eyes open and he was watching. And this is how it happens.
See?
This is how.
How do you know that he had his eyes open, Patty? I thought
we all have our eyes closed. You're clearly doing something, and he responds to what you're doing that none of us can see. So one would only respond.
Was that his voice? I did hear somebody's voice.
Someone was speaking, isn't it?
But how do we know it was
Chris.
Pastrami, son.
true?
I can't believe I'm out.
All good. So, Patty, you think it's Chris?
I'm positive.
Yeah.
I don't want Chris to leave the game, but that sounded just like Chris, and whoever it was accidentally talked in the middle of their interaction with Fiona. So they had to have their.
It is interesting that Patty,
Patty is so.
Chris, you were the first person to talk, so maybe you have something to hide because
Thou does protest too much.
It was a man's voice. And how do you know it was Chris?
I've played this game many times, and I'm telling you, I'm surprised you all that if all of us have our eyes closed and somebody is muffling and then they go, "Oh, I see," they have their eyes open.
Chris, do you mind saying OIC real quick? I'd love to hear it again.
OIC.
I don't think it was that clear. It was
Did we start all over again, fresh?
Yeah. Thou doth protest too much. That's Shakespeare.
Can I just say one quick thing? Connie, I
Yeah.
do actually think is a villain because before we started, when she was asking about the rules, she goes, "So you just BS?" But you wouldn't say you just
That's a
BS.
good one.
You're a civilian. You'd say, so you just tell them you're actually a civilian.
Or I
So
am
Kelvin,
empathic.
Kelvin.
I am extremely empathic, which is, Patty will confirm, I am so empathic that I continuously put myself in the other person's place, and that is what I was doing. I am
Incredibly
not
empathetic,
because of that.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Okay.
empathy.
Okay, so do we all want to unanimously
I
vote on who?
I sadly say vote on Chris because it's the only person I'm sure about.
I think
You
that
guys,
was
and you guys, yeah.
I'll hop on board with that.
Okay,
I-
two
I
votes
feel-
for Chris.
I'm on board with
Jesse,
Sandwich to you.
you're voting for yourself, Chris?
Uh-huh.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Who wants Connie to be voted out? 1, 2,
Kristen is
3.
not
And who
voting.
wants
Chris is-
Patty to be
Chris-
voted out?
Chris can't vote twice. I think look at
Chris can't
Jesse. Vote twice. That's literally they are straight up anarchists. He is. Look
Okay.
at Jesse.
Listen,
Same way. It's the same way I play poker.
Yeah.
and the only one who has gotten the 5 votes is Chris. So unfortunately, Chris, you are voted out. Do you want to reveal who you are to the public?
I'm a sandwich eating villain.
Oh, so let's jump into round 2. The night creeps up again. Everyone, please close your eyes. All right, everyone, please wake up. We have an eventful day ahead of us. It is upsetting to say, but the party did in fact get sour yet again. The villains are out there, and they captured Gal. Gal has been captured by the villain.
Wow.
So who must have
Can I just say one quick thing? Connie, I do actually think is a villain because before we started, when she was asking about the rules, she goes, "So you just BS?" But you wouldn't say you just BS. You're a civilian. You'd say, so you just tell them you're actually a civilian.
I am empathic. I am extremely empathic, which is, Patty will confirm. I am so empathic that I continuously put myself in the other person's place, and that is what I was doing. I am
Incredibly
not
empathetic,
because of that.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Okay.
empathy.
Okay, so do we all want to unanimously vote on who?
I sadly say vote on Chris because it's the only person I'm sure about.
I think
You
that
guys,
was
and you guys, yeah.
I'll hop on board with that.
Okay,
I
2
feel
votes for
like-
Chris.
I'm on board with
Jesse,
Sandwich to you.
you're voting for yourself, Chris?
Uh-huh.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Who wants Connie to be voted out? 1, 2,
Kristen is
3.
not
And
voting.
who wants
Chris is-
Patty
Chris-
to be voted out?
Chris can't vote twice. I think look at Jesse. Vote twice. That's literally they are straight up anarchists. He is. Look
Okay.
at Jesse.
Listen,
Same way. It's the same way I play poker.
and the only one who has gotten 5 votes is Chris. So unfortunately, Chris, you are voted out. Do you want to reveal who you are to the public?
I'm a sandwich eating villain.
Oh, So let's jump into round 2. The night creeps up again. Everyone, please close your eyes. All right, everyone, please wake up. We have an eventful day ahead of us. It is upsetting to say, but the party did in fact get sour yet again. The villains are out there and they captured Gal. Gal has been captured by the villain.
Wow.
So fun, these horrible deeds.
Ravi looks very concerned.
I was doing a breathing exercise during the time, just kind of multitasking.
I will say one thing, Ravi. I did hear sort of static during the night. That is
You
on
felt
your
like that was my
line.
static?
Yeah,
Not
there's
concerned with
static on your line.
I gotta
heard
tell you,
when my eyes were closed.
I think we can all agree that's a bit of a reach, and
No, I heard that little laughter, and then I heard the static. Guys.
Look, guys, I'm just an everyday art collector. I'm at this.
Now I know he's definitely.
I'm a big Bears fan.
I vote Ravi.
Wow.
Wow.
This is unbelievable. Now we know
Ravi, is there
Kristen
anything-
and Connie. We have 2 people who just outed themselves. They're clearly colluding. That
Are you hearing
sound?
Static. Are you hearing? I heard it.
What was specific? What was specific to me about the static?
That you are the one who's causing static when you move around or you do something. So I didn't notice that. Very astute, Connie. Very astute.
Actually, I fixed my static. If you look at the chat room.
Oh, it's
But he didn't, bro.
Okay? So why don't you check the records?
Please,
Okay?
Rob, just keep on talking because I just
This brings me to another theory that I was working on during my breath work, which, by the way, progress is gone. I was working on a theory that Patty knew that Chris was on her team, took him out so that she could let the full game.
Surprised that he was a civilian. So I feel like you knew because you have your eyes open.
Gal's captured.
No, I voted him out. Never mind. Okay, there was one superhero there. We are 6 left, okay? 1 superhero, 1 detective, 2 villains. That means that 2 of us that are left here are civilians.
But who knows
that
who
the other
got,
2
eliminated
that are not
or
superhero
captured.
and are not detective are villains. So
There's 2 civilians, 2 villains, is what you're saying.
2 civilians, 2 villains, and 1 superhero and 1 detective right here.
They can't
know that
It could have been
I
villains.
was captured and Patty was captured.
And
And Pedro was captured too.
Pedro was captured first.
I think I know who a detective is. Does that matter?
Yes. Who do you think? Who do you think it is?
I think it's Kelvin because he's holding a marker, and every time the detective writes the yes.
Okay,
That
that's very good.
Yeah.
Calvin, what do you have
This
to
is
say
a-
about
this is a
that?
silent marker I bought on Amazon for $99. So
That is an
nice try.
No, the sound
Of a marker.
Oh, you have a mark. Okay, well,
I do, and it makes the same noise that we heard during.
but he was holding it. He was holding it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, Calvin, is there a reason why, if you are the detective, why would you not tell people?
Because I'll get killed, right? Or I'll get captured right after this.
That's very true. Good. Okay.
I still think it's Connie.
I am literally like the kind of person who can walk through any security because they
Exactly. The worst villain can walk through any security.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Jonathan's got his mask on. Something's going on. We've got some
I'm
clenched.
just chilling, fam.
Oh, Jonathan, what are you?
I'm just chilling. I'm watching Connie.
I think Connie can't be a villain because Chris voted for her the first time, and he was.
I agree. Yeah.
Kristen said us, the villains, the last round, and pointing at herself.
I tried to vote both times.
Did you hear that?
No, I was saying people and then people.
Yeah, but you said villains when you said the second one, and you pointed at yourself.
I didn't mean to. I I'm not a villain.
Okay, wait a minute. I read an article that you did once, Kristen, where you said I'm a really good liar. So what?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I did. I read it somewhere.
Oh no. Now I'm
out.
Robin, because Robin, that's a little sneaky.
Okay.
By the way, I never said that. I'm a terrible liar. It wasn't
So
not that.
now
Was,
I think
don't
it's
know, it was in
Robin.
a magazine.
It's Robin. I think Robin.
Yeah,
maybe.
Robin, you're very calm.
Oh, Robin, I see. Now you're saying it because the everything's closing in.
Everything's closing in.
There's something about that marker. Let's just go back to that marker.
But not the blue one. The blue one's different.
You can hear whether it was blue or black.
Yeah. You want to compare marker noises?
Yes, please.
Can we check on that?
That's a great idea. Yeah, let's hear.
Hey, Jesse, go.
Let's hear.
Nope. Not it.
Okay.
You guys, it was during the detective. You don't want to vote all the detective.
Yeah, you don't. That's one bad thing to do.
So basically, unless you're the villains, unless you're a villain.
All right. So are we down to vote? Let's do some voting. So
Vote for
from
Connie.
what I was understanding, people thought Robin was the villain. Does it? Who wants to vote for
but
that?
I'm not sure anymore.
Yes,
I'm voting Robin.
You're voting Robin?
Anyone
else?
reason.
Anyone else?
For no
Okay,
reason.
no one.
No.
Who's voting for Kelvin? No one? Okay. Connie? Anyone voting for Connie? Okay. Okay.
Nice.
Just for the fun of it, anyone voting Jonathan? No, and Jesse?
Jonathan, I'll do it. And come on, somebody back me up here. There's got to be somebody who believes
I'm
that
just a sweet
Jonathan
young
could
man.
be like. Come on, Jesse. Just give it up. Just help me out.
Connie, I think it's time. I think you got voted out.
You guys,
Connie. Unfortunately, she was the civilian. I will confirm that. Okay. Wow. The numbers are going down. So we have 2 villains on the board currently, and we have 3 civilians, including superhero and detective. All right. So let's jump into the next round. Round 4. Everyone, please close your eyes. Everyone, wake up. Seems that the villains are back at it again, and they were able to successfully capture someone. Kristen, unfortunately, was captured last night in a dreadful match.
Really
So
hard
who could we assume did that? There's 4 of you guys left. Yes.
Probably Kelvin.
I now think it's Jonathan.
Can everyone reveal their writing utensil? That is a teacup.
Oh, that's a stapler.
I think it's Jonathan.
So you are the detective.
No.
I don't know who the
No.
You think Jonathan, do you have anything to say to defend your case? Do you know any information?
need
Are
to
you
defend
guessing
myself.
anyone?
I'm innocent.
You don't need to defend yourself?
No.
No? Okay.
These guys
Okay,
will put
fair
themselves into a circle, the villain.
Fair enough.
Jonathan's in England. He's like, I just need to go get a pint. I just
Mate, I'm trying to get a London Pride.
He's
Right.
in Phoenix,
Yeah.
Arizona. The accent is a whole thing that he does.
It's a facade, see?
Part of my disguise, isn't it?
Okay. Robin was trying to vote out Kristen as the villain, and we've now revealed that Kristen was not a villain.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, who else voted for Connie?
I voted for Connie.
Is it Kelvin? Did Kelvin vote for Connie?
Yeah.
All right.
I did think it was Connie.
Yeah.
But we've had
Okay.
a long
But we're
run.
pretty sure you're the detective now.
Gone back like a decade.
But
Connie.
so everyone is sure that Calvin is a detective. Is it true? Is it false? We don't know, but we are sure.
So it's between Kristen, Jesse, and Kelvin and Jonathan?
No, it's between Jesse, Jonathan, and Kelvin. And you.
And Robin.
I keep going back to Jonathan. Sorry.
Jonathan.
God bless
Okay.
you, man. I don't know why. I don't know how you kind of.
How could you do me like that, man?
I don't know. It's
All
a
right.
quiet, insular thought thing.
Oh, who would we like to vote out? Let's do a vote for Jonathan. Who's voting for Jonathan? Okay, we got 2. Jesse, 3. Well, I don't even think we can vote for anyone else. Jonathan, unfortunately, you're out. You're out, man. You're out. Do you want to reveal what you are?
I was a civilian, man.
I actually think that was the last round because the villains did win this game. Villains, would you like to reveal yourself? Robin.
I knew it! This is my weapon.
Your weapon.
Almost did that. Somebody saw you with that pen. With your murder weapon, Robin, Kelvin, and who else?
So Robin and Kelvin were the villain. Gal was the detective. Pedro was the superhero.
I'm so sorry.
Robin and Kelvin, did I capture you? That was slick.
Yeah, you get to invest. So you chose. I think the first one was Pedro. You chose to. Yes, and I said that he wasn't a villain.
I didn't want him out of the game.
Yeah, well, he wasn't a villain, so I told you that no, he was not a villain. So, but he got captured, and he should have saved himself because if he saved himself, then he wouldn't have been captured.
Pedro, yes, you were like.
Instead, I saved Robin.
But he.
What is up?
So stupid.
I feel like I know we're not gonna do that, but I feel like now we need to start to play the
I know.
game.
Now I know I would never trust Robin, not a damn.
Yeah.
She was beating herself out.
I was devious. I did know the moment she was attacking Kristen, I was sort of like, wait, what the article? That's when I knew, but no one listened to me.
It was
And I
a
was
smooth
civilian.
Kristen was on her.
I really enjoyed watching you work.
Robin reading an article. That was not reading. I read
Well,
it.
well, thank you everyone for coming and playing the Werewolf 1984. That was a lot of fun. Thank
Awesome,
you
you
guys.
guys.
You were
Good
great.
job,
Thank
everyone.
you so much.
Good job.
DC fans, thanks so much for watching and enjoy the rest of DC Fandom.
Now, our next global host is fluent in everything from games to geeks. She's tech girl Sam Wright from South Africa. Take it away, Sam.
Thanks, Gino. Hello, world. Sam Wright, and I'm so excited about the amazing content we have in the DC fandom. There is so much to see and do. Now, gaming is my passion, and I am hyped because we have another announcement from Warner Brothers Games. I think we should share the killer news with you. And who's going to do it? The one and only Will Arnett.
Ow! Ow! Son of a bitch, that hurts. Golly. DC, you have the cheapest teleporters. That hurt. All right, fan domers, I think I know why I'm here. Check this out.
Give me a sit rep. I've got eyes on the target. Air support is getting cut to pieces. Where the hell are you? I'm going in. We lost the target. Repeat. Task Force X has lost the target. Damn it. Argus 3 is taking heavy fire. Get to Park Ridge ASAP. Don't worry, boss. We got this. Hey! Boomer! Lay down suppressant fire!
Keep it down.
Somehow. The ears are still ringing after that last Barney.
What is Boomerang has a concussion from the enemy you missed in our last encounter.
Guess those teeth are sharper than your eyes, Shark Man.
We bloody know. You never shut up about it.
Task Force X. Alpha target is in the open. Get your asses to the Metropolis Grand Hotel and engage. Before I have another reason to blow those bombs in your heads.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm getting slow national underground. The ground. Like a million elephants, the silver back the rain. You can't stop a train. Who wants some? Don't come on. Be there. I'll be there. When I leave there, I get so made. When the man tells us it ain't gon' rain. So that we sit in a drop top so clear. In the city, try not to sleep. Hit some of our without the name. Yes, we hear that. He got right to touch him. Get a like money on sale. Let the right catch for sale. Put it up on the women's in order. Like a 3-piece, this one gun together. You tell them Taco Bell, then I hit the border. Shit!
Smooth.
Well, that should knock a few years off the old sentence.
That's reminded me of something. Oh yeah! Waller's stupid alpha target. Who are we supposed to be killing again?
Look, it's Superman. The mighty Superman has just rescued that pilot.
What a show.
No. No.
You were killing yet? Oh, fuck!
Those traces on. Did you ever think of Bill Rock? Microphone like that there boy, it was DJ Street. Big things happen every time we meet, like a track team, right team.
Wow. Okay. Very dangerous. Yeah, that's. More dangerous than they said it would be. It's come on, get me out of here.
Harley freaking Quinn, fart face. Who are you?
Wow. Hang up. No, wait. Hang on. Don't hang up. Look, what, squad.
Task Force. I like baseball bats, explosives, dead superheroes.
World's deadliest assassin and most dangerous marksman alive.
And I'm... You may call me King Shark. I am a demigod, the rightful ruler of the seas, and therefore the true team leader.
And last but not least, the one, the only Captain Boomerang. I'm what you call a supervillain. But don't try calling me the leader of this sorry lot. No, thank you. Leaders are the first to get their heads blown off.
Okay, so what? And forgive me, you throw boomerangs?
Exactly. Don't know why it took everyone else so long to get it.
Oh, sweetie, we just didn't care.
Okay, well, I mean, does anyone have laser vision or like a kryptonite-powered suit or?
Well, you might have us confused with Lex Luthor.
Well, there's got to be a way. I mean, the world is depending on you guys, right? When I look at you, I don't see a drunk or a killer or an evil clown lady or a giant monster.
Hey, who are you calling a giant monster?
No. You see, what I see heroes.
You must not have heard of us. We ain't your heroes.
Okay, fine. Criminals ready to pay back society and earn themselves a full pardon.
Full pardon? That ain't bad. Well, do we get to kill them all? Even Flash?
Yes. The mission is literally called Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. That is kind of the whole point.
Ooh, do I get to, like, devour them and gain their powers?
I don't know. Is that a thing? I mean, I can't see why not.
All right, screw it. If we're gonna die on a mission, might as well do it paying back those self-righteous pricks.
Then it is decided. Let us do it for acclaimed actor Will Arnett.
Oh.
Will!
Yes, thank you. I do what I can with my looks and my steely soft voice and of course my looks. I don't know if I mentioned that. Nothing? Okay. Well, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Have fun with your mission.
Take care, Will. Huge fan, like literally the biggest one.
All right. Talk to you guys later. Yeah. I have a feeling that things are about to get really messy. Would you please get me the hell out of here?
We're not doing this, right? Not a chance.
That still stings. I mean, it beats the subway, but... Whew. Oh. Hey, you must be Sefton.
I am indeed. Hi, Will.
Hey, man. Sefton Hill from Rocksteady Studios, y'all. Sefton, how'd you get here? Did DC also teleport you into the cyberspace realm?
No, they just sent me this green screen for my house.
Is it? You got a green screen? Good. That's neat. Lucky for you. DC actually teleported me into the Fandom, which really hurts, but good. Green screen. You're lucky. Cool. Good for you. Okay, well, I guess, look, the cat is finally out of the bag here. This is Rocksteady's new game, and there is a lot of anticipation behind it, right? And the Arkham games are extremely popular, and buzz has been building behind this new game. So what can you tell us?
Well, I'm really excited and proud to be able to reveal Rocksteady's Suicide Squad. You know, it's a unique new franchise for gaming, and we've been able to put our own spin on it and create something really special that I think gamers are going to love and enjoy. Obviously, it's brought to you by the team that created Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight. And in fact, this is a continuation of the Arkham verse. So a lot of the through threads and the storylines you're going to see come to fruition in this game. So we've been able to combine all of that core DNA with some really great, unique innovations and create what we think is going to be a totally original gameplay experience.
Okay, well, that's awesome. But let me just ask you this. Why this game? Why Suicide Squad?
Well, when we're starting any game, Rocksteady games are all about a character-driven game. You know, it's all about that kind of heart and soul of the characters that we want to bring to life. So we worked with DC. We looked at, you know, all the different properties, all the different great characters that they have. And Suicide Squad really spoke to us because of how fascinating these flawed characters are and the fact that it's fusing all of these characters together. When you're creating a game, you're creating a universe and you want to build it with real heart and soul inside it. And that's what really inspired us to make the Suicide Squad game, because You know, DC have this fantastic roster of villains, and being able to actually play these villains and see the interaction and life between them is something that got us really energized and excited.
I guess for me, my biggest question, and really probably everybody's biggest question that they want to know is, and no offense, but what is wrong with you, man? Why are you making a game about a group of bad guys taking on some of the most beloved heroes of all time?
Well, I think for us, we always want to put our characters in interesting and exciting and dynamic situations. And it felt like the Suicide Squad naturally really lends itself to that. You know, even just starting with their boss, Amanda Waller, you know, she's part protagonist, but also part antagonist. You know, she's stuck these nanite bombs in their heads, and she's forcing them to do this impossible mission, this mission to take on and kill the Justice League. And I think that's where you always find, I think, the magic is when you can put characters in these situations that are absolutely impossible. And then to a certain extent, these things kind of write themselves, because once you've got that premise, you just let that live and breathe. And you think, right, well, how the hell can the Suicide Squad kill the Justice League? How can that even happen? And really, that's the genesis of the game. And then it's down to us to take the player on this journey and tell this story of how that could even be possible.
Hearing that, let's get into it. Let's get into the nitty gritty, the stuff that the hardcore gamers like me want to know. Want some help killing Superman?
Well, the game itself, the structure of the game is it's a 1 to 4 player co-op game. So if you want to play single player, you can totally play single player. I mean, our mantra has been that you play this game how you want to play it. So if you play single player, you'll still have a full squad with you. You'll have 2 players, 2, 3, 4 will be filled by And the great thing is that that's a dynamic experience. So you can play some of the story single player, some multiplayer. The whole game is accessible, single player, multiplayer, in and out of those 2 modes, however you want to do it. So it's really something that we just want to give up to the fans and let them choose. And of course, if you're playing single player, the other cool thing is you can even switch between the characters. You're never locked to any particular character for any particular section of the game. So you want to play as Deadshot, jetpacking around, sniping enemies, you can do that. And then boom, just instantly switch to playing as Harley, swinging around and flying into enemies with a baseball bat around the head. So there's so much freedom in the way you play the game, because we really wanted to get across that feeling of being a whole squad and not just one person going on this mission.
Lastly, I'd like to know, if it's okay with you, if can I be in the new game? I'm not saying Task Force X. I'm just saying maybe just like a random handsome guy who's, you know, hanging out in Metropolis, just being handsome and dodging chunks of debris.
I think we can maybe make something work, Will.
Great. Well, then it's settled. That's awesome. That's the contract. Thank you for joining us, Sefton. It's the game looks absolutely spectacular, and it will be made even better by the appearance of me as an NPC.
Sure thing, Will. Good luck teleporting home.
I've made a huge mistake.
Are you kidding me? That game looks insane. Talk about turning the tables.
I am right there with you, Sam. It looks so awesome. In fact, you know what? I officially challenge you to a game.
I mean, we've been hanging out with the fans all day, but we also have our fan questions.
I have so many questions, Sam, but I'm actually going to hold them for Matt Reeves, who's going to be joining us here very soon.
Okay, great. I'll tell you what, why don't we go and chat to James Gunn and see what he has to say when I asked him my question, which was, if you could be a Suicide Squad member or which member you identify with the most, who would it be and why?
I probably identify with Polka Dot Man because he is completely an outsider who's a mess, who doesn't know what's going on. And but I wish that I could be, I guess I wish I could be Ratcatcher too, because I think she's the only character that has any sense of herself and any grounding in sort of a human sort of way. So I really like Ratcatcher too, if there's one I wanted to be.
Okay, that's it for me. Let's head on over to Aisha to end the show. Bye.
Thank you so much, Sam. That was killer. Guys, there is no place that I would rather be than right here with you right now in this hallowed place where we all get to come together to celebrate us, the fans, and all things DC. And I've got to pinch myself right now to make sure I'm not dreaming, because we have the man who is starring in the next feature film incarnation of one of DC's most popular characters of all time. We're talking more than 80 years here, guys. So ready your bodies, because here is the Batman, Robert Pattinson.
As many of you probably already know, we were in the beginning stages of production when COVID hit. So now I'm very anxious to get back to work and continue to form this beloved character. I've always been a massive fan. I'm not really allowed to share anything, so I'm going to hand it over to the great Matt Reeves, who's somewhere around here. And he can determine what can and can't be talked about. But I do know that if you stick around till the end, there's a cool surprise. So I hope you enjoy.
Matt, I'm so excited that you're here. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So, as Robert said, it's super early to tell us much about the movie, but I think what's exciting about where we are with DC and with this franchise specifically is that there's been a multiverse of Batman, right? And now you're taking over this particular iteration of Batman. What made you want to tell a Batman story? I mean, this is a heavy lift. What was it that drew you to this character in this world?
Look, I love Batman, and I've loved Batman since I was a kid. And I never even imagined, when I began making movies, that I would do genre movies, because I just loved certain kinds of movies that were very character based. And it's really interesting that as I got deeper into genre, I realized that that was a way to do very emotional stories, but under the guise of these sort of great mythic tales. And in particular, what excited me, and the thing I related to in the Batman story, was that he isn't a superhero in the traditional sense. He might have a cape, but he can't fly. He's like you and me, but if he has a superpower, it's the ability to endure. And not only the ability, but the kind of compulsion. And so that idea of being that driven by your past and by the things that you can't quite resolve in yourself, like, he's a very alive character. And to me, to tell a version of Batman where, again, it wasn't about how he became Batman, but it's about the early days of how he is Batman, and he is so far from being perfect, and watch us sort of see him becoming what we all know about him and see it in new ways. I felt like that was a way to do something that hadn't been done, and that was really what I was excited to be able to do in this iteration.
you have said that all of us imagine ourselves or have imagined ourselves to be Batman. And I know that's why I love those stories from the time I was a kid, because he didn't come from another planet, right? He doesn't have magical powers. He's just a guy that wants to do good.
And that's the thing. The other question is, what is good? One of the things that I think is interesting is learning how to be Batman. You know, the whole idea, this is all an experiment in the movie. The idea is that we're in year 2. It's the Gotham experiment. It's a criminological experiment. He's trying to figure out sort of what he can do that can finally change this place. And in our story, as he's in that mode, that's where you meet him and you see that he is charting what he's doing, and he's seeing that he's not having any of the effect that he wants to have yet. And that is when the murders start to happen, and the murders begin to describe sort of the history of Gotham in a way that only reinforces what he knows about Gotham, but it opens up a whole new world of corruption that went much farther. But as that story starts to come out, without being an origin tale for him, it ends up being something that touches on his origins. So you start to see that as it starts to describe this epic history of corruption in Gotham, that you start to understand, well, where did my family sit in that? And in that sense, I think all of that is a way to take a story that is a detective story, a very point of view story, a mystery. It's got, of course, you know, action, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of it, it also is incredibly personal for him, even though it is the story in which he's trying to understand and unravel this mystery.
It's so layered. I'm really excited about it. Speaking of what we know about Gotham, you've revealed some of the characters in this story, and the casting is just extraordinary.
They're amazing. I mean, you know, we have, you know, Paul Dano plays a version of the Riddler that no one has ever seen before. And it's really exciting. He's such an incredibly creative actor. And so what he is doing, I think, is going to blow people's minds. And then have Zoe Kravitz, her iteration of Selina Kyle. Like, to me, that's incredibly exciting. You have an iteration that you've never seen of what she's doing, but it touches on all these kind of iconic sort of things that people know from the comics. So it's always about trying to square what you sort of know with what also is new. And that is really part of, I think, the exciting sort of process of making a Batman movie, which is to find a way to make it your own and to find a way for the actors to make it their own, and yet still connect to all these things that people also go, oh, that's my Selina. I know who that is. And I guess the one thing about the Rogues Gallery is that it actually, in a weird way, is the origins of a lot of our Rogues Gallery characters. So, like, Selina isn't Catwoman yet. That's actually part of the journey. Oz is not yet the Kingpin that he's going to become. He's the Penguin. In fact, doesn't like being called the Penguin. And the Riddler is just emerging for the first time. So that's all incredibly exciting. And then we have, like, you know, to have Andy Serkis, who is, you know, I work with on the Apes movies. He's one of the most beautiful actors, and he is playing an iteration of Alfred that I feel like people have never seen before, which is really exciting to share with people. And then we have an incredible, for me, like, I just think that Jeffrey Wright is just one of the great actors, and to be able to work with him in a totally new iteration of Gordon. And then we have, you know, the amazing John Turturro, who's going to be a Carmine Falcone, who, again, I think in this iteration, you've never seen that version before. And how all these characters connect, I think, for me, was one of the challenges, but also exciting things about the creation of the story, which is that the idea that we got him to do this, I mean, just is literally a dream. And the idea is we go back to year one, and year one is the thing of the emergence. It's the first appearance of this masked vigilante that starts to unsettle the city. And you start to see the story through the point of view of these corrupt cops, and one in particular. And the story is actually a battle for his soul. And he's a cop over generations, and the history of corruption in Gotham is enormous and goes back many years. And the story is like, as you realize that there's this myth building in the background, you're actually in a new place where you've never seen these characters before, some of which we'll touch on that you may have seen from the comics, but others totally new. Then you can go down an avenue and go into detail that you couldn't do in a movie, and to go into these sort of rich places and meet entirely new characters that Terrence is going to create. I'm incredibly excited about it.
That's awesome. I mean, like I said, it just dimensionalizes that multiverse that much more and adds that much more depth to it. Now, as you know, Matt, here in the DC fandom, it's not just a celebration of all the superheroes and the villains that we love, but most importantly, it's a celebration of the fans. So we have some questions for you straight from the fanverse, okay?
Okay, cool.
Here we go. All right. This question comes from Arvin in the UAE, and he asks, when it comes to costume design and the collaboration processes behind it, to what extent were stars able to implement their own influence within the design?
A good question. You know, actually quite a bit. I mean, we have, of course, an incredible costume designer, Jacqueline Duran, and the bat suit was designed by Glyn Dillon, and they're geniuses. I mean, it's great to work with them, but one of the things that's really important is being able to work with the actors. Like Rob had a very important part in designing the suit in that he had to be able to wear it, he had to be able to fight in it. And one of the things about this bat suit is that it's very practical. The whole idea is that he's made it himself. And so we needed to be able to sort of see how it would fit on him in these ways that he could move, but also looked like it was something that was still evolving. And even the idea of the story, he's in year 2, so he's been wearing it. So like, he goes every night looking for trouble. So you look at his cowl and you can actually see there are gashes in it. And all of that detail was an incredibly exciting sort of dialogue between me and the costume designers, and then having Rob involved. And so, yeah, I mean, the actors have a lot to do, because you always do a dialogue with everyone so that we can arrive at the thing that feels the most grounded, the most honest, and the most character-based.
I'm just hoping everybody got pockets.
You know why, too? I will tell you this. One of the big things that Rob actually talked to Christian Bale, and Christian Bale was like, just make sure you're going to be able to relieve yourself. So all of that sort of was actually part of what was important to build into, which is like, okay, he needs to be able to put it on. He also needs to be able to live as a human being.
Okay, here's a video question from Pedro in Brazil.
Hi, I'm Pedro from Brazil, and I believe that one of the most important things about the whole Batman mythology is not just the characters such as Batman or the Joker, it's Gotham City itself. So I wanted to ask you, what should we fans expect to see from Gotham City in this film? Thank you.
You're absolutely right. Like, it's just as important as any of the Rogues Gallery. It's sort of like the nature of what this place is and the history of it is critically important to our story. And one of the things that I really wanted to do, because it is the center of this story, especially the history of corruption in the city, was I wanted to present it in a way that was really fleshed out. I wanted it to feel like an American city you'd never been to. I mean, other iterations have, you know, obviously the Burton one had very, very theatrical, beautiful, beautiful sets. And Nolan had the version that he created in Batman Begins, and that was a particular thing. And then parts of Chicago and parts of Pittsburgh. And what we're trying to do is create a version of it that you haven't seen before. So some of the locations that we've chosen, the idea is to take, let's say there's like we have like a Gotham Square. So that that guy. He had just such charisma, and Rob in the movie has this incredible beard, and you're like, who is that? And it's Rob, and Rob in The Rover, and Rob in Good Time. He is like a chameleon, and he's just such a gifted actor, and he's been working on his craft in this really incredible way. And he also happens to be a tremendous, passionate sort of fan of Batman the way that I am. And so it was an incredible thing to be able to connect with him and to share our excitement about the character and to work with him. I mean, you know, he looks like Batman, but more than anything, he has the soul of someone, I think, that can play a Batman like you've never seen before.
Andy from Australia asks, how long did it take to build the Batsuit, Batmobile, and Batbike? And did you have to build a set to create the Batcave?
You know, it's funny. It's like stepping into your childhood in a certain way, because, you know, obviously the first thing you have to do is you have to craft a story that you think is worthy of the character. But then once you've done that and it becomes like, oh yeah, we're making this movie, one of the things you have to do is you have to design a Batsuit. You have to design a Batmobile. You have to have a Batcave. You have to have Batbikes, all of the things that he's going to have. And so, you know, for me, that's been one of the exciting things. And that happened even before we were quite done with the last iteration of the script. You know, we'd already gone through passes, and it was quite clear what the vision of the world was being. While I'm writing, I actually already have a production designer on. And so he would be sending, as I'm writing scenes, I might send stuff to James, and he's like, oh, well, what about this for a Batcave? And so, yes, we had to build a set for it. But I think it's an incredibly original and different set. I think it's going to be really fun for the audience to discover what version of exactly this Batcave is going to be. The Batmobile and the Batsuit, they took a long time. You know, I mean, Glenn came on quite early, and we worked in the designing of it, again, as I was writing, and the idea of him being able to fight in it. And so they started illustrating, and I'd say we spent easily a year to do the Batsuit and then to get into the Batmobile. And that, of course, that part's a dream. I mean, you know, the idea of getting to do your own version of the Batmobile is like, you're just kind of like, what? That's the incredible candy, right? Like the telling of a story is the hard work and trying to make sure that you're doing the right thing. And then when you get to dive into the idea of this car that, again, feels connected to this version of the character, a grounded version of the character, this is something that he built, and to try and look at those kind of rough seams and imagine how all that works, it's been an incredible sort of gift to be able to do that.
So much fun. Alejo from Argentina asks, what will be the main difference between this Batman and the other incarnations from previous films?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think, you know, as we said, it's not an origin tale, and you're meeting him in the early days. And for me, what's really important about this iteration is that, you know, a lot of the other stories are very much about how he had to master his fear and master himself in order to become Batman, and that in that Batman state, he's sort of in his best self. And I think for me, what was exciting was not doing that, not doing the origin, not doing what we'd seen done so beautifully in other movies, but instead to meet him in the middle of this criminological experiment, to see him in the becoming of Batman, and to see him make mistakes as Batman, and to see him grow and fail and be heroic, do all of the things that we associate with Batman, but in a way that felt very human and very flawed. The biggest fantasy, of course, as a kid would have been to be Batman. And so the idea of putting the audience in the shoes of that character and make the audience feel the way that he feels, I think that, to me, I hope is what's different about what we're doing, is to try and do it in exactly that sort of manner. And then, of course, the other things that are from the earlier history of the comics, like him being the world's greatest detective and how he got there, you know, those things have been touched on, but I don't know that they've been as central to the plot as they are in this particular Batman. So there's a lot of things I hope that will be totally different.
Cliff from Australia asks, what's one deep cut comic fans might be surprised to see has inspired the Batman?
You know, for me, because I wanted to get into the mindset of the character and I wanted to think of the psychology, for me, I think one of the cool deep dive ones was Darwin Cook's ego. He's confronting the beast that is Batman, and it's kind of, there's a kind of duality. I mean, there's a lot in what, you know, I was trying to do in the story about him confronting the shadow side of himself. The degree to which you have self-knowledge, you're able to understand your motivations, but he's broken, Batman. So while he's doing all of these things for the reasons that he thinks is right and that have a heroic sort of grounding in them, there's also many things that are driven by the parts of himself he doesn't yet know. And so I would say that that kind of sort of psychological Jungian shadow side that sort of version of it is very much connected to that vision from Darwin Cook from Ego.
Yosef from Bolivia says, which non-Batman movie were Matt Reeves, yours, inspiration for the Batman?
Oh, well, because the movie is a detective story, because it is a thriller in the sort of cop world, and because it's about corruption, we're treating this Batman story as if this could have happened. I mean, the idea is that, as I said, Batman doesn't have this sort of the ability to have sort of super heroic powers. He just has super heroic focus and super heroic drive. And so for me, a lot of movies like Chinatown was a key one, because Chinatown, Jake Gittes, in investigating that sort of the series of crimes that were part of that story, he discovers the depth of corruption in Los Angeles. And so in that way, it's like a classic noir. And that's very much the series of murders that Batman is investigating are very much in that mode. So Chinatown was a really big one. And that idea of that kind of gritty, flawed, this humanity of it, that was very much inspired by those kinds of movies, by like French Connection and other sort of cop movies like that. I would say even a movie like Taxi Driver, the description of a place and very much getting inside of somebody's head. And I guess a lot of really sort of 70s street grounded stories.
So, Matt, one of the exciting things about the Batman as a character is that he's so layered and so kind of intense that you can dip into his life at different points, and none of these different characters, these different iterations of the Batman or Gotham or the entire kind of Batman universe as it was, will tread on the ground that others have already covered.
Oh, totally. I mean, for me, that's exciting. Like the idea of the history of Batman, like just the idea of the actors who have played Batman, like Adam West, when I was a kid, like Adam West, that was like, when I was 5 and watching him as Batman, like that blew my mind. I wanted to be Batman so badly. And then I remember when I was a little bit older and then Keaton came onto the scene with the Burton movie, I was so excited they were going to do a theatrical version of that. And then the iterations that have followed, like so many incredible people. I mean, Bale was amazing. I mean, incredible. Everything that Chris Nolan was astonishing. And I personally, I love Ben Affleck as Batman. I thought he was incredible. Like an iteration again that we hadn't seen. So like, in fact, I'm really excited because I know that they've got, Zach is going to be doing the new Justice League cut of his that he didn't get to do originally, and now he's getting to do it, and I can't wait to see that. So for me, the idea that there are sort of, first of all, to be a part of history like that is an incredible thing, and I do think that that's one of the things. It's kind of like the comics, when you look at the comics, there are so many iterations of Batmans. There are so many different people's Batmans. There's Neil Adams' Batman. There's, of course, there's Bob Kane and Bill Finger's Batman, and there's Frank Miller's Batman. There's so many Batmans, and so to me, that's one of the joys of being in the kind of comic book world, is to try and say, hey, what can we do to put our spin on this so that people can find a new way of looking at that character that they love?
I remember when the Dark Knight graphic novels came out when I was a kid, what a radical departure that felt like, how exciting that was.
Oh my God.
But it didn't erase all the ways that I had connected with that character previously. It just made the world richer and, more exciting. So.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's this strange thing of wanting to be able to find a way to come at it in some new way, and yet it has to be connected to that thing that you love. And that, for me, being part of that history and being part of all of that is sort of almost unbelievable. You have to pinch yourself.
So, Matt, before we wrap up, I think that what the fans really want is to get just even a tiny glimpse of what the film is going to look like. And, this is a fan experience. I'm hoping you brought us something we can show them.
It's Fandom. And, having been to Comic-Con and all of that, I know you don't come without anything. And, look, we've only shot 25% of the movie, 30% of the movie. So there's so much. This is just scratching the surface, but there was no way that I could come here and not bring a look at the movie. So, yeah, I'm incredibly excited to share what is just the first tease of our movie. And I hope you guys like it.
From your secret friend. Underneath the bridge. Who? Topper sprung a leaf.
Haven't a clue. Let's play a game. Just me and you. Any of this mean anything to you?
You're becoming quite a celebrity. Why is he writing to you?
If you are justice, please do not lie. What is the price for your blind eye?
The hell are you supposed to be?
I'm vengeance.
Whoa! This guy's crazy.
You're part of this too. How am I part of it? You'll see.
I'm so excited for this film. It's amazing that you only shot, a quarter of it, and it's already feels so robust and intricate, and I can't wait to see the finished product. Thank you so much for being here with me and with all the fans around the world who are so excited for this film. I know I speak for them when I say that we are all super pumped for the Batman.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here, and I'm really excited that we're going to get back to making this movie so that you guys can see it.
Guys, a huge thank you to the fans around the world for your dedication to DC and honestly for being the inspiration behind the whole DC fandom itself. We literally would not be here if it wasn't for you. You're awesome. And for those of you who are just joining us now, stay tuned for the Wonder Woman panel as our DC Fandom show starts from the top in just a minute. That is right. The same amazing programming and this incredible Hall of Heroes coming your way. So if you took a bathroom break and missed even a minute, do not move because the show is going to go on again. This is your opportunity to get exclusive insider information and special looks at your favorite characters and comics. Plus, don't miss the amazing art submissions and cosplay costumes sent in by you, the fans. On behalf of all of our global hosts from around the world, I'm Aisha Tyler.
Bueno, hola, ¿cómo están amigos? Nuevamente Dani Raza aquí desde lo que es la transmisión que estamos haciendo de la DC Fandom. Y bueno, creo que todos ustedes en estos momentos han quedado totalmente... creo que sin equivocarme, sin temor a equivocarme, el avance que todo el mundo estaba esperando, que era el de Batman. Y aparte de eso, no nos ha decepcionado. Un avance que si uno empieza a analizarlo, se da cuenta que está muy influenciado todo a raíz de la trilogía del Caballero de la Noche de Nolan. Toda la estética visual del Snyderverse no se ve aquí, lo cual es muy acertado para mí. Y hasta ahora, no sé, la interpretación de Pattinson, ahí va, ¿no? Ahí va. Uno mira el traje como tal, primero no es que me cause gran impacto la máscara, tengo hasta ahí mi rayo con la máscara todavía, pero me ha encantado lo que he podido mirar, y sobre todo cuando él está sin máscara y está con los ojos pintados, digamos así, su mirada me recuerda mucho al videojuego de Arkham Origins. Me parece que Reeves le da un estilo que uno desea ver en este tipo de películas, oscuro, grisáceo. Me encanta ver estas pandillas, hasta qué punto están influenciadas o no de Joker por el pintaje. Habrá que ver, no sé qué influencia tenga ahí, pero ya estamos viendo que los dos villanos que en este momento se presentan, que es Catwoman y el Acertijo, pues ya están haciendo mella aquí. En estos momentos ustedes acaban de ver en directo lo que fue la presentación del tráiler de la próxima película de The Batman que viene para el 2021, y el Acertijo pues es el villano principal que viene acá, ¿no? Estamos realmente, digamos, un tráiler que da para seguirlo viendo, pero realmente me ha comenzado a encantar lo que he visto de esto. Con esto creo que han hecho ya una primera pausa a este DC Fandom. En estos momentos están volviendo a retomar transmisión porque vuelve y juega el panel de Mujer Maravilla, a la cual le han dado mucho espacio el día de hoy, ¿no? Han tenido juegos, han tenido la presentación del tráiler, que también es muy bueno, pero creo que toda la atención nuestra sí estaba en este precisamente tráiler de Batman. Espero poder hacer el video, pero con intervenciones ya de invitados para hacer un análisis más allá de lo que yo haya visto en este avance que nos ha presentado el director Matt Reeves. Él mismo dijo, no podía llegar aquí sin hacer o sin venir sin la parte de material, pero el material que hemos visto pues realmente me ha encantado, me ha parecido muy bien. Habrá que ver a la larga cómo le va a Pattinson, pero acá me gusta algo, me gusta que conserva ese timbre de voz desde Michael Keaton fue el que hizo eso de I'm Batman. Entonces, esa vaina como si tuviera cáncer de garganta, la conservó Bale y ahora la mantiene Pattinson, porque eso no lo muestra Ben Affleck, ¿no? Ben Affleck es un modulador de voz. Entonces, acá vemos que están tratando de retomar esa línea oscura. Me encanta la pelea que tiene contra este pandillero cuando le dices, I'm vengeance, soy venganza. Me parece que es uno de esos puntos muy bien coordinados y que te va mostrando que en ese momento es ese Batman que creo que en algún momento trató de plantear también Zack Snyder, ¿no? Un Batman más violento. Acá es un tipo que no solamente castiga, no solamente golpea, castiga, o sea, no solamente es noquear al enemigo, sino que realmente va más allá. Entonces, habrá que ver esto cómo funciona y me encanta cómo cierra con los signos de interrogación 2021, haciendo toda esta referencia al pingüino. En estos momentos sigue la transmisión todavía de, obviamente, el panel de Wonder Woman. Y también vimos lo que fue el tema de la presentación del videojuego de Escuadrón Suicida. Nos pareció algo muy bien original. Se nos ha caído la transmisión muchas veces, pero esto es a raíz, obviamente, de la cantidad de fans que estamos coordinando la última media hora desde lo que es la página original ya de DC, ya tenemos el link oficial, Y en este momento ustedes están viendo aquí cómo le están dando la bienvenida a la directora Patty Jenkins para hablar de Wonder Woman. Entonces, aquí lo vieron en exclusiva, hace minutos salió el teaser trailer de The Batman, la nueva película de Robert Pattinson presentada por su director Matt Reeves, quien estuvo hablando obviamente con los fans, un trailer que va a dar mucho que hablar, creo que todos estábamos esperando eso. Así que en estos momentos los dejo para que sigan aquí con el panel de, obviamente, Mujer Maravilla. Nos vemos en minutos para seguir aquí todos nosotros con...
You so much. I miss you crazy. This is how
Cool.
long. We miss you.
Great to see you again.
My Wonder Woman mates.
I just invented this in the moment. I just that's great. It's
That's
like
good,
my own.
Pedro.
Wait.
We'd love to hear questions from the fans and interact with the fans, and we're excited to hear from everybody today.
Well, it's been 8 months since we met in Brazil, and we know how long that is in fan time. So we're waiting for a DC superhero movie to come out, especially one with this character who is so beloved all around the world, right, Patty, Gal?
I really think the movie is it's so great on the big screen. We all worked so hard to bring something that would be a big visual, spectacular, great time. So we're going to stick it out. We believe in, putting it in the cinema, but I can't wait for you all to see more today. We're going to show a little more, and I can't wait for the movie to come out soon.
Totally. And at least we're also, as much as we want to share the movie with the world, at least we figure out creative ways to communicate with our beloved, most amazing fans. And this is a great opportunity for us to say hello and to thank them and to share something from the movie.
We received so many fan questions. I wish we could get to all of them, but there just isn't time enough in these short 24 hours. So let's start with a video question from Adam in Malaysia. Let's take a look.
Hi DC Fandom, I'm Adam from Malaysia and I'm a huge Wonder Woman fan. So my question is, since we're transitioning from World War I to the 1980s, what kind of inspirations that you took to create new and updated costumes for the characters? I hope everybody's having a blast and I can't wait till we see the movie. Bye.
Oh, so sweet. It's a great question because when we did the last movie in 1917, 1918, it was an interesting process where you both have to kind of acclimate yourself to the period and make it very normal to yourself and then make things look the way you want them to look within that context. So Diana always has great taste and always looks elegant. Gal and I had an amazing time finding the most elegant but really grounded things. And Kristen and I had such a great time going back in our memory, remembering what a character like that would dress like, and like the details of it.
Yeah, Lindy Hemming is kind of a genius, really.
She is a
and
genius.
The way that she started to show me, in my experience, these horrifying power suits from the 1980s, and the way that she ended up, I was like, there's just no way I'm gonna look like a fool, like in this 80s stuff. And she was able to make something so sort of animated and specific and feel and be completely stylish and feel like $1 million and serve the purpose of what it was. I was in awe of all of her image boards and how she collaborated. It was really incredible.
But let's go to our next question, which is a video question from Kiara in Japan.
Hi, my name is Kiara from Tokyo, Japan. I love you so much, Gal. What was it like working all together, and do you have any funny stories behind the scenes? Thanks for answering my questions. I love you guys so much.
Oh my God, Kiara! I love your vibe and your energy and the jumping. It was so full of energy. we all have such great chemistry, and we all adore and love each other.
That was my favorite thing about the shoot was you guys were so delightful to me on set, and then everybody became super great friends. And I would have to stay and work, and you guys would be off there having a good time, and I'm trying to pay attention to the camera, and I'm like, hey, guys. Hey, oh, coming back with music videos and everybody's laughing so hard. I mean, that was the most unusual thing to me, to feel like I'm making a film in the middle of like the funniest.
Yeah, all the cool kids were going off to the mall, and you had to stay after school.
I had to stay after school watching longingly. It was so funny.
Our next question, I just can't believe it, but we have a massive DC fan here. I think maybe some of you may recognize. Take it away, Venus.
Hi, it's Venus from Miami, so I'm a huge fan. I have a question. So who would win in a tennis match between Wonder Woman and Cheetah? And do you think they'll ever be able to put away their differences and team up for doubles?
I think both of you would overcome your differences to play doubles against her. You guys against each other?
I think Cheetah would win.
Really?
Yeah.
Because Wonder Woman would have she'd have a gold tennis racket to go with everything, and it would just be too.
And in my job again is to be in love with Gal, which is not a hard gig, and try to make her giggle, which is always fun.
He does so much more than that, but I like that you always sum it up that way.
Now we have a video questions for everyone from Erin Lynch in the US.
Hi, my name is Erin, and I just wanted to know what was your most memorable moment on set. Thank you. I love you.
Yeah.
We love you back.
I know what mine is. When Gal and I were fighting.
Mama Bear. Chris Page from, oh my God.
Gal. Hello, you beautiful woman.
Hi, Linda. How are you? It's such a delightful surprise to have you here.
Thank
this is
you.
so great. Hey,
I'm so glad. We think about you every day, Linda, and we talk about you all the time. So this would not be a Wonder Woman panel, truly, if we didn't see your face. So it's so good to see you. So good to have you.
I'm so excited. I've never met you. I've watched your show when I was younger. I had Wonder Woman underoos, and I'm so excited to meet you.
Kristen?
Yes. I was also Wonder Woman for Halloween when I was a little girl. I mean, I'm like so excited to meet you.
Kristen, I think you're so great. So we have a mutual admiration. And anytime when I meet you, will you do me a favor? Will you just throw your arms around me?
Yes, I would wish I could right now.
I'm beyond excited. I'm beyond excited. You know that I have been a fan from day one of Patty's. When she was first attached to this film. When my daughter saw Gal as Wonder Woman, she said, "Mom, I finally get it.